Hello, brothers. How you guys doing? Into your
All right.
mics off. It's on.
Hello, I'm doing well. How are you today? How are you, Cosmic?
It's very cold outside.
Yeah.
It is indeed warm here and cold there. The weather is definitely playing. It's up to something. It's definitely playing with us. Hope you guys are well, though. Hope you're well fortified.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually got a little bit of a treat today.
Okay, oh.
I was working on a track just before. I was actually on time today, and I wrote a song for
nice.
the show.
Sharp today.
So let's throw it on there. Let's see if it's gonna work. It should work. For some reason, I couldn't get it to operate.
Did you notice of this world? Her soul is gently dying, passing away from the day as we're watching at your soul in sway, entranced in a dream, watching her screams as we're all dreaming through enchantments around us. Did you wonder why it is we'd feel that enlightenment's a ghost that plagues of a golden age so long ago? Is the history what it seems, or do they play another game? Community is fading, nuclear family under the gun. Tell me it's not what it seems, like we're being invaded by some kind of scum. Can you hold it to your heart? Can you tell me when did this start? As the meaning of life fades through, the meaning of words have faded along with the color of the flower in June. Did you wonder why it seems that everything's so far away, separated from everybody's separate lives? We used to contemplate, wander through the green hills, watching sunrise after sunset, after sitting in the fields, dreaming up our souls' intention real. The meaning of life was worn like a hat. Now you can tell us that it's not the fact, 'cause it's written in your books, in the way he cooks. The chef has gone a little crazy too, with poison in the food, water that would drive you crazy. Tell me it doesn't make us lazy.
If you look at the back before, you see like life on Mars.
There we go, everybody. Welcome to you all. I hope you're all well. Namaste, brother. Let's make sure we're all on track. Everything's working.
Well, Franklin.
So how are you two brothers doing? Hello and welcome to everybody. We've got Big Gaze, we've got Neil, got a whole lot of other people sitting, chilling in the background, just watching with their eyes and listening with their ears, allowing their thoughts to churn the oceans of mind until they can see what was left behind. And no need to stop or even press rewind. Just get the thoughts out and unwind so that you know just where to bind until you know what it is that you will find. Something of your childhood and your soul to remind. Much love. So let me introduce the wonderful threesome we've got kicking the ball off today. I'll present everybody in the order that they arrived because that's just the easiest way to do it. So we've got Indie Sage, and he is Ra Sentinel, the Sentinel of the Sun as life force. So he works with shadow work specifically. That's his primary thing. He helps people engage with the repressed parts of themselves, the parts they've subconsciously denied because of fear or because of pain or because of some other mental malady. And this is his primary focus, but he also works with various different elements, the ancient histories, the languages. He's also very interested in all the occult spheres, and he works with Taoism and various different kinds of occult therapeutics, hermetics, various different elements of it. So he's an all-round occultist, and also got an interesting story to tell. He's been through a couple of the hard knocks that life has given him, which has caused him to find the strength in the shadow. Then we have the Cosmic Prankster, also another fascinating guest. Cosmic and India have really been a part of the roundtable since like very early days, nearly even the beginning, I would say. And Cosmic is also very well grounded in many occult philosophies and occult practices, but his real speciality are the Fae. He works with the Fae, he channels the Fae, and the Fae inspire him, and he has been, like John Dee, downloading, if you will, a language and a system of cosmogony, cosmology, magic. It's broad. It's across the field. It's an entire system. John Dee channeled the Enochian system. Well, let's just say Cosmic is working on the Fae system, and he's putting it together one brick at a time. He's been doing it for years. And I'm the BushWhisperer. I'm the local shaman here in Simonstown, the southern tip of Africa, where the oceans meet, where the penguins love to sing. If you haven't seen the penguins sing, go and check out my penguin singing videos. They will blow your mind because you'll think, is there a donkey backstage? No donkeys backstage, just the penguins. So without any further ado, please, brothers, each of you take a chance to tell us a little bit about yourselves and throw some words at the beautiful people.
All right. Thanks so much, Franklin, for the wonderful introduction, as always. And that beautiful song as well. That was very enchanting and brightened my day. Thank you for that. And as Franklin mentioned, I also go by Ra Sentinel, or Sentinel of Ra, a name that I have chosen based on an experience I had in the year 2000, where I had an out-of-body experience to the sun, during which I had a download in which a lot of my yearning for answers were revealed, and I had an amazing experience, and was then really given a purpose and a mission in life to really come back and be able to reach at least one person and help inspire humanity to find the light within. So it's been a beautiful mission, and I've been working as a shadow work therapist after getting my undergrad in behavioral sciences, with a focus on statistics and research in psychology, with a minor in philosophy. And I've been working on my graduate degree, and just been having a great time with these podcasts. It's been giving me a great platform to be able to share some of my research that I've done, and I've learned so much outside of school that I have inside all my studies. So it's great to be able to share some of that and to learn so much more from everybody here at the round table as well. It's always a great experience. So it'd be great to have a wonderful discussion today, the adaptation of the soul body and community. And it's going to be a beautiful, beautiful discussion. This is my little buddy Merlin Sage here with me today.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, Cosmin?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, so basically, I work with the Fae and been learning a lot of like different stuff. Lately, I've been thinking about the concept of inner mind space versus outer mind space, and I've been kind of like exploring this new idea and where that goes. That's the thing, that it's always like there's a new sort of topic or study that the Fae seem to kind of like give me to kind of like, this is your next lesson. And sometimes can't quite predict what that lesson is going to be, because it does seem to kind of be kind of unpredictable. And it's kind of one of the things they always kind of tell me too, is you can't really force it. It's like whenever I have the best connections or channels with them, it's never fully planned. They'll just kind of like drop in spontaneously. And that's kind of interesting. So in regards to like the adaptation of the soul body, they would actually have a lot of things to say about this. So this will be a relevant conversation for me today. Back to you, Franklin.
Well, thank you, brothers. Lovely to have you both. Did I hear right? Is that Minger's name Merlin?
Yeah, I think so.
Merlin, that's pretty cool. We should get him a staff. He should have a little Merlin staff next to him. Well, welcome to all of you. I did hear that right, Indy. His name is Merlin.
Yeah, Merlin.
He needs a staff, dude. He needs like a full staff work, like waiting on him 9 to 5. Yeah, doing his nails, doing the whole works. Absolutely. Well, yeah, big gaze. The world is definitely awakening. It's a beautiful world out there. It's a beautiful day. And there we go. That's his little emblem. He's what do you call it? Avatar.
That's right.
His online avatar. Yeah, man, that's cool. Is that a real crystal? Curiously.
There's got a little crystal on there.
Nice little bead. So yeah, we've got a fascinating discussion for you guys today: the adaptation of the soul body, community, and the meaning of life. And it took me a long time to figure this out. First, I did the math wrong, and I thought it was like number 66, because I'd counted the days from 4 days before when I was actually counting, and I got the number 66. And then I was working on number 66, and I was like, something felt wrong. And I went back and I did the math. And I was like, Dodo, the show is on Saturday. The show was not on like Wednesday, whenever it was that I did that math. And I was like, was it Tuesday, Wednesday, regardless? And so I had to rethink it. And I came back to the number 7, and I was like, okay, now this is a very different frequency. 70. We're dealing with a different frequency. It's a pure 7 with a 0 with the divine feminine. We have to be discussing the soul body and the mysteries that are contained within it. We have to be discussing the meaning of life. And to ground this, community had to be a part of it, because community is where the soul body finds the meaning of life. That's how I see it. So I see this as 3 parts of a triangle. Yeah, man. You got the other little one. That's so cute. You got the whole family there with you. So effectively,
that's just cute.
Leave it on the table. I'll come fetch it just now. It's my boy putting his tablet down. So yeah, it's a fascinating discussion to start with. I mean, the adaptation of the soul body, like Cosmic was saying, is in itself a fascinating story. It holds a lot of different angles to look at. And one of the things that you mentioned there is the idea of the world of thought being inside us, as opposed to the world of thought being out there. And that's a very interesting distinction, because the ancients, I believe, thought of the world of thought as being out there, Hence the idea that magic was real, that we could influence out there with our thoughts, meant that the thoughts were out there interacting with the rest of what we're experiencing. So that in itself is one of the wonderful, prongs of that idea. And I think as well, we're moving through this world so fast. That's actually what made me want to write a song, or write it. I don't really write it. I don't use a pen. I just push record and play something with the guitar and just leave it at that. That's why it's so imperfect and so raw. But I don't have the patience and the discipline to sit and write a song because, well, I don't know what to do with it if I write it. So never feels right, never feels organic and raw enough. Namaste, Vincent. How are you? Sending you big love. So yeah, the ideas of the community, I think, are possibly one of the biggest ranges of diminishing effects that we can notice in the world today. The community has been under attack, and social networking is right behind it. Everybody thought social networking would be the thing to save the world, but what has it done? It has separated us by bits of glass, and it has connected us. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's positivity that comes from it too. But what I've noticed since I was a child is that the walls have gotten higher, the locks have gotten bigger, and people tend to not know their neighbors more and more as every year goes by. And I think that is a definable reality that many of us are acknowledging and living through, which is why I live here where I live in Simonstown. Pretty much know all my neighbors, except for the neighbors on that side or 2 houses down. But that house, there's never anyone there. They tend to have random people coming to stay there. I think they let it out as a, bed and breakfast from time to time because I live by the beach and it's sort of like a tourist area. So people do this. So that's a little bit of a bummer, which is something that we're starting to notice more and more here in the Southern Peninsula, which is sad because we want community. That's why I run the community group here in Seaforth, which is everybody who lives in the local area or part of this social WhatsApp group. And it sort of keeps us together in a community feel so we can at least chat to all the people who are our neighbors effectively. So, yeah, I think the community is a big part of this discussion. And of course, the meaning of life, How many of us have time to even consider the meaning of life? Where would you guys want to hit the ball for starting? I see you got a book in front of you, which means you got something loaded in the bullet or chamber of your mind.
You know what? I do. Yeah, for me, it's kind of shifted. The meaning of life kind of started off when I was younger. As something external, what I was trying to do in the world, I felt like I needed to achieve some things to be able to, for my existential responsibilities that I have in the world, where they say in existentialism, you're responsible for everything that you could have done something about, but you chose not to. And so I chose to be into environmentalism and nutrition when I was younger, and I wanted to help everybody recycle and eat better and stuff. And so I know recycling has become kind of really limited and somewhat of a sham since we were selling a lot of our recycled goods to China and they're no longer buying them. But I know there's been some really good things in the industries of the corporations where Adidas particularly used recycled plastic from the oceans to make some of their products and stuff, and recycled tires to make their treads on their shoes and stuff. So things like that kind of were aligned with my purpose, where I was really trying to get involved with like Greenpeace and stuff like that. And I still kind of do like to embrace working in nature to try to help lessen the degradation that mankind has put on it. And so I've worked more towards like home gardening and stuff, and community gardening now as my focus. It's more of a hands-on thing that I could do locally, although I do support global stuff as well. But after going through a near-death experience and going through shadow work, I started to shift my meaning of life from doing something outside in the world to more of a thing where I was trying to work on my self-mastery so that I could gain more harmony in my world, personally, socially, vocationally as well, in all the circles of life. And after learning some self-mastery with Jungian shadow work, I wanted to then share those secrets of self-mastery with others so that they can help have that transformation in their life as well. So things have kind of shifted from trying to do something outside in the world and change the world to changing myself inside and then helping others change themselves inside as well. And I think it's all goes in the same direction, but we're getting more down to the root cause when we're working on self-mastery.
You know, when it comes to the meaning of life, it's kind of a tricky question for me. I mean, obviously it's a tricky question. It's one that's, plagued philosophers for all time. But I don't know with this. I guess I think I used to have a more concrete idea of like what the meaning of life was. And maybe I think it still has some validity just in terms of kind of like, helping people out. But I think of it more in terms of, well, that in addition to mystery now, because to me, it's like with the whole perspective that the Fae have shown me and all these higher extra dimensional realities that they've shown me and how just vast it is, it's kind of difficult for me to kind of like say one way or another where the meaning really lies. But I think for me personally, I think there's meaning in the search for meaning, if that makes any sense. I think that mystery in many ways is what gives life meaning, because it gives us an impetus and incentive to do and move and improve and work to seek out the mystery and seek out the meaning of life. It's that journey that gives life meaning. I always kind of in a weird way paradoxically felt that if I knew what the meaning of life was, life would become meaningless. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but just in the sense that it's like there is that sense that you got everything figured out. Now what do? You figured out the meaning of life, everything done. Now you still got an eternity to kick the ball around. And so I don't know. I think when it comes to meaning, I think it's about your own relationship with the sort of the primordial natural cosmos or whatever. And because I think when in terms of meaning, you can look at it from different scales of perspective. You can look at the meaning, between two different people and their relationship. You can look at the meaning in terms of certain notes in a melody in a song, that there's small little meaning, but then there's kind of like the larger meaning, like how we relate to the universe. What is our purpose in the divine cosmos? And that's a little bit trickier for me to kind of like parse, down and essentially figure out. So I don't know. I guess to me, like I live with a lot of uncertainty, and I guess in some ways it's both a blessing and a curse. A blessing in that it keeps my mind open to different possibilities, and not getting trapped in like certain paradigms of thought. But it's not the most, I guess I could say it's not the most comforting worldview. It's not something that's necessarily going to make you, feel great or at peace. But I think I've kind of gotten to a point where it's like, this is what's right for me. And that sense of that mystery and the unknown, even if it doesn't have that sense of like, sedating serenity that, so many other mystical traditions prove, where they just kind of like, oh, everything's figured out. And as anxious as it is to not have everything figured out, at the same time, I couldn't do it the other way, where it's like I feel trapped in a certain paradigm of thought, trapped in a certain, metaphysical worldview. And I guess at a certain point, I kind of realized that in terms of meaning, I think freedom is ultimately more important to me than something like serenity or comfort, is having a sense of excitement, a sense of adventure, in life. I'm thinking about this fantasy novel that actually it's actually older than Lord of the Rings. It's called The Worm Ouroboros. Now, in this book, there's like a war between two different races. There's the demons and the witches, even though they're not really demons or witches. The author just kind of used weird names. But it's interesting. The reason the book is called the Worm Ouroboros is basically at the end of the book, the main sort of race, they defeat the demons, they defeat the witches, and they're kind of like, man, I'm bored. I need a fight. I need a struggle. And so they basically, the book ends exactly where the book begins. So it becomes a never ending loop. I don't know. I think about things differently like that. Just that I think for life to be meaningful, it needs to have that sense of adventure to it, that sense of excitement and wonder, and having that sense of certainty where you feel like you have the meaning of life completely figured out. I feel like that's going to sort of like kill my incentive and sort of like, you know, remove my inspiration to keep seeking more, because I just want to keep seeking and searching and discovering. I don't want the journey to end necessarily. So I guess when it comes to meaning of life, that's kind of my general thoughts and orientation towards it.
Yeah, I think that's a great definition. And I feel like if you have that personal freedom to make life have a meaning that truly resonates with you as an individual, then you really striving to know yourself. And by knowing yourself, you can understand life, the meaning that you have for it, the purpose that you have in it. Things of the such. Know thyself.
Yeah, I think you bring up some interesting points. I think the meaning of life has been touted up to be something seemingly ludicrous from my perspective. And namaste to all of you, Evelyn and Marius and everybody that's joined. We've also got Mexico in the house. Hope you guys are all having a lovely day. I do think that in this world, we've been trained to focus on the point. And so I think in any story, you have the point of the story, but you also have the meaning of the story. And it's different. If you look at a narrative, example, basically the point of the story is that, for example, Jack and Jill went up the hill, each with a pail of water. You know, Jill came down giggling and dangling, and Jack came down with two tumbling after, however you want to say the words. The point is both children fell down the hill, right? But the meaning, there's a nuance behind the meaning. And it gives us an insight into the story of life. And I think we've been taught not to look at the meanings of things. For example, somebody says a word to you, you look at the point. The point of reference is the dictionary. And so you look in the dictionary for the point of reference to know the meaning of the word without seeking the meaning of the word, by understanding that words are created out of prefixes and suffixes, and prefixes and suffixes all carry their own particular meanings. And so these constructions of words are conglomerations of different syllables, and each syllable holds its own value. And when you put the values together, like the notes of a chord, you end up with a new chord, a new sound, and that sound holds its own essential meaning. It's essential effects that it's going to have on one if one listens to that chord. And the chords bring us back to certain bass tones. So in the same way, I think we've been taught to skip over meaning and to give all of our consciousness and our value to the point. And I think that this is like a serious issue in our culture. I was talking on Gabriel's group with we were having a conversation, and one of the things that came up was we were talking about the scientists and about psychology and about various different sciences. And you know, the idea that science has basically taught us to look down a very narrow window, tunnel of information. For example, psychologists. And I've dated two very high-powered psychologists. One she was doing a doctorate. Another one was a PhD, and they were both, you know, very high up. One was very high up in research coordination. Another one was running a huge institute and actually constructing, basically building up the institute the way in which it ran from scratch. So they were both highly decorated psychologists. And I found it interesting, some of their takes and their perceptions, their perspectives. And both of them were like, oh, yeah, no, well, Freud doesn't really hold any water. I was like, that's interesting. Jung doesn't really come into it much either. And most of the psychologists that they studied in their university had studied the psychology written by those that had studied the psychology written by those that had studied Jung and studied Freud. So there's a little bit of a discontinuity here. And people get so stuck in the point is this. They don't look at the bigger picture. They don't really allow their consciousness to expand and consider, where did Jung get his information from? Where did Freud get his information from? Why is Freudian information so similar to the knowledge of Kundalini Yoga? There's a whole school of psychology within Kundalini Yoga, an ancient form of antiquus psychology. So, and that's just a random example of how the sciences have become so focused on an answer. It's a yes or it's a no. It's a binary answer. There are no gray areas. And I think that when you take the gray area out of the yes and the no, you lose the meaning. And I think that in life, this is what's happened to us. So many people, they live, they go to work, they earn a living, they look after their kids, and all they're trying to do is escape from their lives. And they don't look at the meaning behind this. So I put this to the table. What about escapism? Because now we're looking at the meaning of life. But how does the meaning of life translate to the community? And how many within the community are trying to escape their lives? And what effect does this have on the soul body? I think these are like important questions in order for us to sort of backtrack back towards how removing the meaning of life from life. And the reason the meaning of life has been removed from life is because there is no meaning behind life anymore. We've been religionized, and the religionization has taken, you don't need to understand the meaning of anything. You just do this. You do that ritual, you say those words, you follow those precepts, and that's all. You don't have to understand the meaning of everything. The meaning's beyond you. So we've been taught to become small-minded, that we no longer hold the capacity to understand the meaning of things, to understand the meaning of life is quite a profound thing. And I might not agree with you totally, Cosmic, in that when you have the meaning of life, that life loses all meaning. I think that when one gets closer to grasping life's meaning, I think life gains more meaning. And I think that it is like an expanding spiral, that the more meaning we integrate into ourselves with regards to life, the more meaning will be available to us. And I think that the greater the meaning aspect of our consciousness and our awareness expands to, the more meaningful we become in our attitude towards life, and the more conscious we become in the way that we relate to each other. I think that community is like fundamental in understanding this, and how community has broken down over the last 1 or 2 generations or 3 generations. I think this is something that we really would want to look at. And what does this spell for the future? How many young people today are interested in the meaning of life? That's the real question. What do you guys think?
I think you're right. I think there's been a lot of beating around the bush and skating around the issue when it comes to the meaning of life. And so people have kind of avoided the question, avoided answering or pondering the question, or asking the question. So I think it'd be good to be able to see it put in a frame where people could really explore it more. And I think part of the answer to what the meaning of life should be the versatility to have people be able to choose different things that resonates with them. I think that needs to be an important aspect of it. But I think escapism is a big part of it as well. I think we all kind of choose a role. I think Michael Tsarian would say that people are not as original as they think they are. We're just copying somebody else when we choose to be the way we are. And so we try to choose a role, and that maybe that's the meaning, to be able to choose a role and explore that role in life. And for a lot of people, that's what it is. For some people, that meaning is to keep things simple. They don't want to ponder anything deep. They don't want to understand deep meanings. They don't really want to understand philosophy, spirituality, religion, or even science sometimes. They just want to be able to put their head down to the grindstone maybe and go to work and do their thing, come home and have their food and relax and keep life simple. For some people, that's how life's going to be and how they want life to be. A lot of people don't want to look inside in life. They want to look outside and avoid those issues of going inside, because we hold these shadows from our programming, from our childhood. And so a lot of times those wounds are so strong that it's too hard for us to look within. And it's easier for us to watch the news and think, oh, that country's the problem. I don't have any issues. They're the real problem. And so it's easier to distract ourselves like that. And that's an important thing. If we can distract ourselves, it might not be good for us to be able to explore the inner emotional wounds that we carry. So I think there's an importance to the differences that we can use about the meaning of life and how deep we want to ponder it.
I think another variable to throw into the equation are, I think when it comes to, I've been thinking a lot lately about, sociopaths and psychopaths and, people who have kind of cluster B personality sort of disorders and how they understand meaning. Now, if you think about how, a regular, well-adjusted person understands meaning, it's always about how you are connected to a community, are connected to, the world and around you in a kind of a deeper sort of a universal truth that sort of connects everything together. I think with people who are more on that kind of cluster B sort of psychopaths on a spectrum, they don't see, to them, meaning is a burden to them, because then they don't have room to control, manipulate, basically kind of create their own sort of delusional false reality. And we're talking about kind of psyops. I've been thinking about, my days in college and going into sort of philosophy courses, and just how much of that stuff seemed to be biased towards this kind of like atheist materialism. And you see people, when it comes to like life being meaningless, not only are they believe life being meaningless, they think it's like romantic that life has no meaning, that it carries some kind of like sick, tragic beauty to it. I remember like kind of like how Richard Dawkins will talk about or a lot of these atheists will talk like, oh, it's so beautiful and tragic that we don't have an afterlife. And that adds so much more. I think the problem is too, when it comes to meaning, is that I think we're sold kind of like false bullshit meaning that disguises itself as being something that's deep and meaningful. But if you actually look at it, you really start to see how empty and hollow it actually is. And I just think about like exactly like with, like I mentioned before with like the, your Neil deGrasse Tyson type thing, like, and you're basically saying, oh, isn't it so wonderful that we're all made of stardust and we're part of the universe? But then you start to think about what you're basically just saying is we're just dead, inanimate matter, but you're kind of like sugarcoating this. That's what I call it. It's sugar-coated nihilism, where it seems so beautiful and romantic. And I think, but you realize when you look at it, no, it's this dead, ugly, depressing, nihilistic thing that's been disguised as something that's very attractive and pretty and, enchanting. And so I think when it comes to understanding meaning in life, we have to kind of get behind sort of these like false meaning or empty meaning or being tricked. It's a weird thing. It's like we're being tricked into meaninglessness by being thought it's something meaningful. We think, oh, you're told, oh, this is so meaningful, this is so great. And it's like you got to live this, particular way or whatever. But then you realize, like, no, this is, not the way. And so I think that when it comes to going back to the whole narcissism thing, I think there's people out there that they want to deliberately sort of remove meaning from the world so that they can impart their own meaning onto it, basically making reality a kind of blank canvas so that they can paint onto it their own egotistical desires and whims onto the rest of us. And so I think that that's the other thing about meaning, is that when we don't have our own meaning, we become vulnerable to people putting tricking us into false meaning. I think when it comes to, cults, they're very similar to viruses in that they attack you when your immune system is weak. So in the same way, you get a cold, you haven't been sleeping well, you haven't been eating right, you've been, working too hard, you're straining yourself out, you become very physically tired, and then you become vulnerable to getting some kind of a sickness like, a cold or whatever. And I think when it comes to ideology, it's the same thing, is that when we feel spiritually weak, and we feel like our spiritual immune system is down, or sort of our understanding, that's when we start to think, oh man, I don't trust myself. I'm worthless. I can't come up with meaning. I'm going to listen to someone else, and he or she will tell me what the meaning is. But then it's like, this is the trap. You get, hooked into that. So I think that when it comes to finding, I think the reason that we kind of don't have a sense of meaning is that we've been kind of sold kind of false, empty meaning that's disguised as something meaningful, but it's actually kind of like when you have a dog and you got to feed it medicine, but you hide that medicine in a treat so that the dog will eat the pill. It's like nihilism is the pill, but whatever this cultural milieu is the kind of the sweet sort of treat that's sort of around this dark black pill that's inside of it. And we don't really realize that, because it's like, or I can think of another metaphor. It's like drinking salt water. You drink salt water. You're like, oh man, I'm so thirsty. You keep drinking salt water. Why am I still so thirsty? But I'm drinking water here. And I think that I think our relationship to meaning is sort of like that. We're giving all this, we're getting to drink all this salt water, and we think, well, of course my life is meaning. I'm drinking water. I'm drinking water all the time, but we're not getting the real water that we actually, sort of need. We're getting kind of this empty, false good. So I think if we're going to talk about, a lack of meaning or purpose, I think that's a variable that has to be put on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also there's been a bifurcation between spirit and body, and like the mental and the material. So they're back during the times of like alchemy, those were considered to be like unified, and there was like a system of understanding of which comes first and which is programmed by the second, and it was mind was primary, and then the physical world was created by mind, and so it wasn't separate, it was a product of mind. And so I think now those two things have been separated into science and religion, which can be unified. There's religious science as well, but we can go more into that as well. But I feel like in science, they think that the spirit is like pseudoscience, or that the mind is separate from the body. To a materialist scientist is considered to be unscientific. They just don't have instruments to study these things, so they don't consider them a lot of times. And so they say that people are considering them or just making things up. So then when it comes to religious people, the body is associated with shame. And then once you leave the body after leading a good life, you can ascend to a good place. But we have shame from Adam, so from have fallen, so in the body. So from one side or the other side is shamed. And so we don't see the system of understanding between the integration of the two. So it's very hard. You kind of have to choose a side. And if you choose a middle role, then you're kind of like an outsider.
I like that you mentioned middle role there. And as always, I like to get to the brass tacks, the baseline, the simplicity, which often comes out in a complex way, which is interesting how that works. The meaning of the word meaning, and the root of the word meaning, and mean. And whenever I think of meaning, what do I mean by meaning? I think of a tree that isn't leaning. Oh my gosh, here we go again. And what I mean by a tree that isn't leaning, like you said, it's not leaning left, it's not leaning right. So instead of leaning, it's meaning. And so for me, mean is like in a mathematical arrangement, a series of numbers. the mean is the midpoint, right? And so you've got that which is common to all the numbers is the mean, right? It's the average. And because it's the average, it could be considered as the center in a sense, because the center is here, the highest is there, the lowest is there. It represents the middle path, I think, as has been touted by many spiritualists and Buddha and many philosophies and cosmologies and cosmogonies of the spiritual orders seem to come back to the middle path, whether it's Buddhism, Kabbalah, Taoism, Vedic. The Sushumna is the harmonizing between the Ida and the Pingala channels of the solar and the lunar presence to bring a sense of balance. So balance is something we're always striving for. And we see within the tarot, this notion of balance keeps coming up. The scales of justice. And so when we're speaking of meaning, we're speaking of justice in a sense, because these scales bring us back to the mean, back to the average. And so meaning, when we're looking at something and we're seeking the meaning of it, we want to find what is the most common part of this information. That part of that information which is common, which can be readily perceived by the common sense, right? So we don't exercise common sense enough in this modern world. And people have asked me many times, what do you think enlightenment is? And I'm like, well, enlightenment is common sense. They go, but children have common sense. Yes, they do. Many great teachers have suggested we should become like children in order to discover the mysteries of the spirit. So this common sense, I think, automatically goes towards the mean of things. And then we speak about being mean. Right, now that's another concept, being mean, meaning, and the mathematical mean. So I think when you are just doing what is correct to do with your impulse and being true to yourself, you can be called mean, right? But possibly this is something that needs to be revisited, because I don't accept the meaning of words as they've been given to me. I like to seek a deeper revelation and an occult cosmological presence to guide these proverbial meanings of words. And so I think that when we look at this mean and meaning, it's important for us to conceptualize this idea of the center. So when I think of the meaning of life, it's about going towards the most common part of life, which wherever you look, you're going to see that thing reflected back at you. It's in everything. And I don't think it's one thing. I think it's got to do with perception. I think it depends on the observer as to what's going to reflect back at you. And it's almost like a gauge of how in tune with oneself is one. Because when we are looking in the universe and it keeps giving us the same answer to that internal question that's continually being posed in the circumstances of being, then we are starting to stretch our consciousness towards understanding and appreciating meaning. And I have to do this, I have to build this bridge between the average, the mean, understanding the base root of all things, alchemy and magic. And that when one understands the meaning of what is happening, one is understanding all the parts. And when one is understanding all the parts, because all the parts reflect this mean average, one is then able to transmute. And so this potential to transmute is to be able to change life. And so when we are perceiving the meaning of life, then it's like we can, okay, what life do I want to choose? So I think free will and the meaning of life are somehow inexplicably connected in this proverbial web of consciousness, which extends common sense in the presence of now. I don't know, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I feel like personally the mathematical mean can make me feel angry and want to act mean sometimes, because it just doesn't line up with what's really going on. Like if the mathematical mean of how many children people have is 1.5 children, no one is having 1.5 children. So it's like, what? That's ridiculous. it doesn't really give you much insight. But if you were to understand, like, these people tend to have one child in life, these people tend to have 2 or more children in life, it could give you a little bit more insight. So the statistics don't always provide good understanding. They can be ridiculous.
Absolutely. And I think that this statistic, though, gives us something else. It gives us the frame. And that frame is sort of like a fundamental, like a set of climbing bars. And so this, I think what you've touched on there very clearly is meanness. When one just takes the average without applying common sense to it, right? Because this is where the common sense would be like, well, you can't have 1.5 children. But then the common sense would be that, well, if there's 10,000 people, how much food should their children require? 1.5 times 10,000. That's the amount of food we need to farm to feed everybody's children in a community. So, like, in terms of that kind of application for resources, the math, I think, reflects the resource management, which these days have become ludicrous because we don't manage our resources anymore. We manage money. And I think now we're really getting into the root of the evil, because money has money not become attached to the meaning of life? Has money not supplanted the meaning of life? What is the meaning of life? The meaning of life is to get lots of money, be happy, and be able to retire and enjoy your old age and do all the things you wanted to do when you were young, when you were old. It sounds funny when we say it like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's the mammonism rule that they push on us all. Everybody worships money. Then there's the Luddites and the counterculture folks that just want to go back to nature and stuff. Rare breed, but we're out there. I know.
I think that. Sorry. Do continue, please.
Gabriel's a Luddite. He makes these amazing like charts and stuff, and it's all with like markers and glue and tape, and it looks fabulous. I like doing stuff like that instead of doing all this digital stuff. I prefer doing stuff with my hands. And if I do it from nature, it's even better.
Shout out Gabriel. I love Gabriel. For those of you that haven't checked out the Slick Dissident, he has this funky channel where he stands in front of a whiteboard and sticks cards to the whiteboard. And it's just so organic. In fact, I was saying to my girlfriend the other day, I'm going to take a page out of Gabriel's book when I do, when I'm teaching courses. I'm going to bypass all this digital crap. Oh, wow. Who made that?
I made these. I do little workshops on them. Yeah, it's a walnut, some pine cones.
That is so cool, man. That's really cool.
They're fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
I take it you both yourself and your partner make a lot of things, yeah?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Yeah, I do think that like you say, there's something about this community that we've lost. And much of my life, I've been sort of geared towards find a way out of this society and escape from this society into an alternative community, either one that I join or I forge. And it's always been sort of like in the back of my mind, this recognition that we've lost community in society. And there's an interesting choice of words. Society instead of community. Society, so what you sow, right? And what is society?
Satiety, like satiate.
Satiety, that's what it makes me think of. You sow so that there's enough or that there's an abundance. Society. But it's got such a different feeling of the word. So we don't live in communities anymore. We now live in society. And we consider ourselves to be well socialized, right? And we pretend that there's nothing socialist about it, that we're not socialists. that we're capitalists, that we're not living in a world of socialism. But when we look at capitalism, we see capitalism practicing socialist agendas. And when we look at socialism, socialism is basically applying the capitalistic philosophy in a very clever way. And it's like we've got all these words that we can hide behind, badges that we can put on our jackets, sort of labels that we can wear. But I think all these labels and all these ideas, like when we look at society, to me, it seems very much about like being in school, you know, everybody trying to fit in, right? In a community, everybody's got their valid place and everybody is valuable. But in society, the homeless people on the street, are they really as valuable as the politicians? And so the value of human life becomes equated to money. And I think that this is why meaning has gone out the door, because this goes contrary to the meaning, contrary to the average, that every human being has something to contribute. And in a working community, every human being would be able to add their value, whatever that value is, to the mix, rather than in the society, which is a competitive arrangement of financial, proportions, where everybody's running, chasing the money, and trying to keep up with the proverbial Joneses. And in the process, losing our own pace of life and having to speed up our plans in order to get closer to the money. And the more money we get, the more money we seem to need. And this cycle of sort of running away from ourselves seems to be relevant and relative to how fast we're running towards money. And it's always interesting. When I was younger, I always used to find the poorer people tend to be more in tune spiritually. It was just something I observed as a child, as growing up. And I found the people that had a lot of money, they didn't really have time. They needed to get to the bottom line, the point. They wanted to get to the point of a conversation nice and fast, because in the real world, they want to get to the point. How can they make more money? And I think the reason why some people are rich is because they are more point oriented. And people that aren't so point oriented tend to forget the bottom line and tend to go through life not seeking material things. What do you think? What do you guys think? Cosmic, you haven't said that much, brother. What do you think about this whole money, materialism, the point, as opposed to the meaning? How does this fit into your model?
I don't know when it comes to the whole, money thing. I've kind of like changed my mind, throughout different sort of stages of my life and regards to money. But I think you're right that money in it of itself, like just the sort of the blind pursuit of sort of material things, like I can see how there's like I guess my position is I don't have an issue with like capitalism, but I can see how there's an emptiness to consumerism. I think that people should have their own business and their own sort of like free market or whatever. But I think at the same time, I think we are lacking a kind of an authentic spiritual dimension to life. I think when it comes to just making money, that should just be sort of like that shouldn't be like your number one priority. It's like, you feed your family, you get your bills paid or whatever, but you have some kind of other like hobby or some kind of other ambition, some kind of deeper, purpose in regards to your life. And I think some people, they kind of, I think when it also comes to money, it's also about status and power and trying to compare yourself to somewhere else. Because I think the other thing when we talk about meaning is not just the competitiveness, but the idea that I have more money than someone else. I am better looking than someone else. I have it's this idea that in order to really be valuable, you need to be more valuable than someone else rather than valuable within your own rights. And I guess that's my thoughts on that.
Yeah, interestingly, I looked up satiety with a A, SAITY, and it brought up satiety, what we were mentioning earlier. But I looked it up, SEITY, and it came up to be from a Latin medieval word. That means a quality unique to oneself, a selfhood or individuality. So it'd be interesting to see that as society, like sewing together all of these different individualities and selfhoods to create a fabric of society. And but also it's in Scottish, if you switch the I and the E and put like in the word society CEITY instead, it's a Scottish word for city. So the sewing together of the cities, kind of like the different origins of the peoples being sewn together, almost like considered probably similar to the idea of a melting pot kind of idea, if you look at it like that. So there's a lot of ways to see that. Thank you, Frank, for pointing that out with the SEW, so in society. I like that.
That's really interesting what you've put there, you know. And so now there's two different kinds of sew, right? Like you're saying, there's the seed sewing and there's the stitching together, being
True.
stitched up.
OW. Yeah.
As the saying goes, they stitched us up. They tricked us. And that's very interesting because society represents separation. Each separate one competing against each other separate one.
Mhm.
As opposed to community, where everybody's working together for a common cause. So the one represents a socialist like idea, right? Community. And society represents what we could consider the free economy of capitalism. But they can't really exist in the state of separation, I don't think. I think you cannot have the one without the other. And I think there has to be a healthy balance, you know, because individuality is important. Though I think we've reached a point in society where it's now gotten to the point where it's ridiculous because each person's out there for themselves. And so a lot of the good work that some people are doing are being undone by the other selfish agendas of others. So I'll give you an example. We clean our beach. When I go on the beach, I pick up rubbish because I live here, right? So, and I'm not the only one. Our community, we work together in a selfless manner to clean the beach. If I go to the beach and there's anything that doesn't belong on the beach, I clean it up. If anybody's left anything on the beach, I'll take a photo or I'll make a post in my group. Hey, sunglasses on the beach. Whose is it? Or, you know, a wallet or whatever. Except for the one time when I found a little pouch of weed. That's mine. Because you can't exactly put that on a group, can you? Found a bag of weed on the beach. Anybody's? But because people aren't going to answer that. They're going to be like, nope, not mine. But that's the problem with society. You see, there's a pretentiousness behind society where everybody's living secret lives and our privacy is such a big thing. And I think if we look at like culture, let's look at African culture, tribal culture. In the old tribal ways of life, people lived together and they weren't ashamed, right? Everybody got wrapped up in everybody else's business, which is a loss of privacy, but it is also a secure net, right? There's also a sense of support. Everybody's a support for everybody else. And so I think this is where the meaning goes out the window. I think mean represents that which brings everything together. So meaning is about bringing things together in my mind and about bringing that sort of the spirit of community. And communism comes from the idea community. Unfortunately, though, it was used in a way to further the agendas of certain people. So we've now got these imprints in our minds of communism based upon capitalists that used communism as an agenda to raise capital for their own ideas, right? Mussolini, was he a communist? No, he wanted to raise capital. Why? Because he had a business proposition. He wanted to build a big war machine so that he could go out and create what he wanted to create. And all of the so-called socialists in history, they were all about raising capital. So how is socialism about raising capital? Sort of goes against the idea of the social model. And once again, with capitalism, I think once again, the capitalist agenda is there's a very small social group that operates together in order to manipulate the big market. And so they are manipulating that market for their own benefit. So there is a community, a financial community within the huge capitalist sphere that we find ourselves in. And that small community are very
Well, I think we lost Franklin there for a sec.
Oh man. All right. Yeah, I posted up in the comments that community can also be said as calm, CALM, unity, UNITY. So I think Franklin was really onto that. I don't know if he was picking up on that as well, but calm unity is a beautiful thing. When people work together in calmness and peace and harmony, it's a beautiful thing. You have anything else to add, Cosmic?
I think when it comes to, I'm just kind of thinking this now. I think the problem that both capitalism and communism ultimately share is a kind of a lack. It's kind of how it views people. It really views people sort of as like these kind of deterministic machines. Because if you think about, kind of the writings of people like your Stalins, your Lenins, your Karl Marx, is that they thought of people as sort of these sort of deterministic things. And they kind of thought that, if we can kind of get everybody thinking the exact same thing, that, everything will kind of just work out. But the idea is to turn the entire humanity into one kind of like machine. But I think that one of the problems with communism is that it's basically kind of a Faustian bargain in that you have this sort of community where everybody works together, but you ultimately lose the individual. And that's the problem with a lot of that kind of socialist, communist kind of sort of mindset, was that you really have to sacrifice the individual entirely. You become kind of like subservient to the group. One of the things, the stories that I always kind of come back to when it comes to either this topic in regards to communism and social, or just cults in general, and that kind of like, uniform where everybody's thinking the exact same thing. I think about this part in Michael Eanes' The Never Ending Story about the Yiz Kelnari. So the context of the story is that Bastian, the main character, is kind of going through this sort of the world of Fantastica to sort of basically kind of like find himself and like kind of like figure out who he is. And he's gotten to a point in the story where he's like, before he became really powerful and he wished for all these things, but he betrayed all of his friends. He lost all of his livelihood and he's just really kind of like down. And then at a certain point in his journey, he has to go across the Sea of Mist. Now, in order to do that, he has to go through a special ship, a sort of a flying kind of like pirate ship off of the Sea of Mist with these beings called the Yiz Kelnari, which are kind of like these little like gnome creatures. They all look exactly the same. They sound exactly the same. None of them has an individual sense of identity. None of them they all refer to themselves as we. There's no individuality whatsoever. They power the boat through singing this repetitive song. And at first, Bastian kind of likes it, but after a while, he gets kind of like bored and annoyed by it. And then at one point in the story, this big, giant like bird comes out of this comes out of the sky, snatches one of these little gnome dudes, you know, screaming, presumably gonna like eat him and rip him apart. And the other Yiz Kulnari, they hide in the ship. But then once that bird goes away and that person is killed, they just go on singing like normal, like nothing ever happened at all. It's like, and they're just like, oh, well, none of us is gone. We're all still here, not caring about the individual. And I think that when it comes to that kind of communist thought, and I'm thinking specifically about Hegel, his idea that, you know, history uses people and then discards them. I think that, and then with capitalism, I think that the problem there is also this sort of mechanical sort of understanding of human beings, but more in terms of our own life. It's more individualistic. But I think at the same time, it also kind of devalues a certain sense. It becomes a little bit too individualistic, a little bit too independent. And when it comes to financial whatever. So I guess kind of like the point I think we're thinking about is that I think a good community supports both the we and the I and the you, not just the I and not just the we, you know, because I think with communism, it's like it's all about the we, and with capitalism, it's all about the I. But, you know, I are we and we are I, and we have to you have to respect both. Because if you think about what is a community is a bunch of individuals who have come together. And is a community really a community if there are no individuals within it? And it's just this kind of this conglomerate, you know, Borg hive mind where there is no individuality at all. So it's kind of like these are sort of two separate sides of kind of like the poles of kind of like our situation. We tend to think, see, this is kind of why I don't like the idea that there's a kind of like one monolithic evil. It seems like there's almost two different forces kind of competing against each other for dominance. And we're sort of in the middle. We're sort of in the crossfire of that particular, you know, struggle for dominance and control. So I think that we have to kind of like find both dimensions of both, that we have to understand both the community, that it's important to have a sense of community, family, togetherness, and cohesion, but understanding too that community is made of separate individuals who have separate points of view about life and different ways of looking at things, different orientations and different goals and needs. And I think the problem is that when it comes to just like that kind of that cult mentality is not seeing the distinction between people and just kind of thinking there's like one perfect idea of an individual and then forcing everybody to kind of go along with it. And, you know, that's the other thing about like, you know, sometimes they think, you know, the communists are like, oh, we need to, you know, wither away the state and we need to destroy the system so that we'll be truly free. And it's like, well, how are we going to be, you know, free? How is there going to be law and order? Oh, everybody's going to think exactly the same thing and not question it. And I'm like, gee, that's better. I know that it seems just as authoritarian. So it's a really complicated issue. But I think that in order to really get that sense of balance, you know, like you guys were talking about earlier, is the balance between the relationship between the individual and the community, and that a community needs individuals, but an individual is a part of community. And when you only focus on one or the other, that's when problems ensue.
So if you have like community that you see as like unity of a bunch of commies, you might think, oh. But if you see community as the unity of the calm ones, you might think, ah. So the differences between the letters of the O and the A are interesting in this one. The last one was the E and the A.
I think too, like I've been thinking about like sort of the music that I put together, and that when I make music, and what I noticed, the reason my music is different from other sort of compositions is that when I make a song, I usually have a lot of different parts. I have like a bass line, a melody, and a harmony, and like counter melodies. But every when it comes to the bass line, everything is saying a different melody and almost like in a different kind of way. But there's still a kind of a melodic cohesion, a sort of a harmony that brings them all together. I think there's a kind of a beauty. And I think like even when it comes to groups of people, I always like when I feel like I'm in a group of distinctive individuals, like where everyone kind of represents like a different color of the rainbow, as opposed to being in a group where everyone's exactly the same, sort of like red or whatever. And I think that understanding that all these, and you think about a machine, it's made of little separate different parts, and each one of those parts does something different. So lost my train of thought, but yeah.
I think you bring up some really interesting points there, and I would tend to agree with largely what you said before. Especially, that's actually what I wanted to respond to. It's sort of very Rudolf Steiner. It's very Rosicrucian in its ideology, in its philosophy. And Rudolf Steiner considered that as like you've got the high point and you've got the low point. And the low point is the materialism ideology. And the high point is the spiritualism ideology, or this is the way it can be conceptualized. But the Luciferian pole and the Ahrimanian pole. Ahriman represents this lack of self, and what you considered or what you termed as the Borg is a wonderful metaphor for the Ahriman, which is a total materialization and a total lack of free will. I think that's where we come to it. Total lack of free will. Then you have the Luciferian pole, which is complete dedication towards free will, to the point where selfishness becomes the obsession. So the one is so selfless to the point that the self is diminished and dissolves and is lost in an ocean of group. And the other pole is so self-absorbed and self-obsessed that selfishness becomes the currency of exchange in world and life. And so this sort of brings us back to the Buddha nature, the Kabbalist idea of the middle path, the yogic cosmology and philosophy behind the Shashumna becoming the balance between the Ida and the Pingala. The Ida also representing that emotional current which connects, and the Pingala representing that thinking current that creates distinctions and separates. And so on the one hand, we've got separation, and on the other hand, we've got cohesion. And somewhere in this dance between cohesion and separation, you find community. And it's very interesting. For example, I'm going to just look at community here where I live in Cape Town, right? The indigenous people of Cape Town were the San people, the Khoi people. We call them the Khoi San. They also were called the Hottentots, because Hottentots was a name that they had for their mountains. So we called them the Hottentot people because they were from the Hottentot Mountains. That was their name. So we've got this idea of, we call them the Bushmen in common language. And there was no word for ownership. There was no word for lie. There was no word for steal. Because in their community, there was no such thing as theft. And it's a very interesting lifestyle, the way these indigenous people lived. But they didn't have a loss of self. In fact, they were very richly creative people. They were musically creative. They were artistically creative. They would do things. Some people would make these incredible things out of their hands. The others would paint these beautiful pictures. The others would become creative about how to find water in a desert, coming up with creative solutions. One of the solutions for finding water that was a Bushman technique was to get a banana and an anthill, and to make a hole in the anthill big enough for a monkey to get his hand in, and put a banana in there, and make sure the monkey saw you put the banana in there, and then go away. Make sure that the banana can be seen by the monkey. There's enough holes for him to actually see the banana. And so the monkey would then reach in, get hold of the banana, and because of the greed, he couldn't get his hand out. The monkey couldn't figure out. All he had to do was let go of the banana. He'll get his hand out, but he was not prepared to let go of that banana once he had it. So the Bushman had figured out that that's how you keep a monkey next to an anthill. And they would keep him there for like 1 day till he was like really, really, really thirsty. Like a day and a half, they'd sit there and watch him. And finally, they'd come and break open the anthill so that he can escape. And then they'd watch him and they'd follow him. And as true as Bob, he would lead them straight to the water or straight to the fruit that he's eating because he would be hungry and thirsty. He'd lead them first straight to the water and then straight to the food. And so they realized that what he eats, we can eat, right? So, because we're quite similar physically. So, okay, those fig things must be edible. They take them off, okay, they're a bit tough. Maybe if we put them in boiling water and cook them, so my point is that there were different forms of creativity that were being employed in a very individualist way, even though they didn't have this obsession. And I think that we as a society are very Luciferian on one hand. And the Luciferianism, everybody's running towards Luciferianism, but those that can't keep the pace of Luciferianism end up falling into the Ahrimanian trap, which is now being wielded and welded together by the Luciferians that run the economy. So the Luciferians have basically created an economy that is a Ahrimanian trap for the masses, where only those that are true Luciferians will be able to get out of this Ahrimanian trap. And those that are like totally self-focused and do not fall for the ploy of employment, for example, the whole idea of employment is that you're being turned into part of a group. And you are then inadvertently working for someone else to gain more value than you. So you do the work and you get what? 20% of what you do. The other 80%, some of it goes to resources, but 50% of it goes to someone else who just benefits from your hard work. And so that person every year gets a big bonus, and they get like bigger houses and bigger cars and bigger more, and you're just trying to like survive. And so that survival is what's being sort of used to maintain this Ahrimanian trap. And Ahriman also represents becoming mechanical. So the Ahrimanian trap that's being set now for people is that mechanical robots are taking over from humans, which means that humans will then have to give up more of their individuality because everything will be mechanized. So in order to work alongside these mechanical objects and AI systems, you'll have to integrate the AI into your body. And so this brings us to, this transhumanism agenda, which is very much an agenda of Ahrimanic proportions. And Steiner actually spoke about this extensively in his writings. And the Luciferian agenda is very much to do with the idea of liberty and the idea of me. 6 represents Tiparet. 6 represents your true self, your individuality, your ego. So when it's ego, 666, then you are so focused on yourself to the point that you can't see any of the other egos that are like you. And it becomes a highly competitive way of being. So I agree with you that there's something in the balance between this Luciferian and Ahrimanic way of life. There is the balance that produces what we can consider as the mean, right? And the mean is between the left and the right. It takes both into account, adds them all up, and finds what is in between the two, what's in the middle. So that middle path then becomes the path that shows meaning. And that meaning then enriches our lives and gives our lives the benefits of the Ahrimanic and the benefits of the Luciferian without being drawn off into the pitfalls represented by Ahriman or Lucifer. So I think that, I agree totally with your idea there. And it is sad that we've been taught to get to the point being one or the other. We have to make a choice. This is the problem with science. It's binary. It's right or it's wrong. Does it have to be right or wrong? Can't there be a little bit of both? I think that's really what we're getting at here. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think we need to see value in both sides and find what they call coincidentia oppositorium, I think is what it's called. I might be getting that a little mixed up, but the integration of the two opposites into the central middle path and using the values of both extremes, having them balance in harmony with each other. I think that if we could see things in a different light, in the sense that what's right can also be wrong sometimes. There's exceptions, and what's wrong can also be right sometimes. There's rare exceptions to that sometimes as well too. So if we can see things in kind of a nominalist way, and paradoxical way, instead of a absolutist black and white way, a reductionist way, reducing things into simple black and white, if we could see past that way of thinking, that black and white thinking, and start to see shades of gray, could really bring a light to the tables for people to have more meaningful discussions with each other, instead of it turning into an argument between the two sides.
And I think we can take that extension, like you're saying, seeing the light of both sides and sort of bringing a deeper sense of integrity, a cohesive integrity. I always speak of a cohesive intelligence that produces the integrity of a healthy mind. And this cohesive intelligence is one that sort of brings things together, the peacemaker of the mind, shall we say, that doesn't need to condemn one and glorify another, because this is what we've been taught to do. But let's look at this from, okay, so we've looked at it in the context of a spiritual context of spirituality versus materialism, and we've looked at it in the context of socialism via capitalism. So these are both dualities and polarities that I think need to be considered through this lens. But let's get more fundamental, and I know this is going to get dear Cosmic's juices flowing. Are you ready to get the juices pumping, Cosmic?
I guess I'm ready for it. I'm ready for the insanity.
Panpsychism. So panpsychism is, once again, I'm seeing the same thing here. I'm seeing pan on the one side, I'm seeing psychism on the other side, right? And so people tend to be like focused on the psychic reality, which is the Luciferian identity, or the pan, matter, the material reflection of the Ahrimanic reality. But panpsychism is an idea which doesn't separate consciousness from matter necessarily, but actually is a unifying philosophy that can actually give us an insight into how the left hand and the right hand meet, how consciousness and matter are close. And I think this is what has happened. Panpsychism used to be the general currency of belief, right? We see it in Japan, where Shintoism and Taoism met. We see it in the Taoist tradition, right? What does the Taoist medicine say about the organs, right? The lungs and pain, spleen and worry. The organs are literally connected to emotions. What? That's panpsychism, like applied medicine. So, and Vedic cosmology, we see the same thing. When we look at the paganism, what does paganism suggest? What it suggests that the wind is a deity, right? That there's a deity that rules the wind. And this is a thinking consciousness deity that we can all communicate with, which means that the wind is alive, which means that your organ has got thoughts and consciousness when you take it through the Taoist lanes. And when you look at the Vedic school of cosmology, we've got the devas and the devtas, which are also structuring the universe, and the laws of nature are reflected through these 108 different dial turns of the astral reflections of reality. As in the Western cosmology, we've got the 72 dial turns, which is the mental application of these forces in terms of the containers that contain the energy versus the energy that fills the containers. And the 108 represents the astral energy, and the 72 represents the containers. And when you put the 108 and the 72 together, you end up with the 180. That's the triangle, right? All triangles have to add up to 180. So there's a very subtle piece of information being shown to us, and this is why the pentagram is so fundamentally important. You know, when we look at a pentagram, we're looking at these two ideas. So, you know, let me actually bring one up here, and then I can actually point at it, which is quite interesting. I find it really interesting that when you're looking for a pentagram, they're all sort of very weird, almost to the point where they seem to be, you know, the inversion principle seems to be a big thing. Isn't that fascinating? So anyway, let me open the image in a new tab. Voila, there we go. And
Pentacle.
share this. Sorry?
The pentacle is usually right side up, and then the pentagram is usually upside down. But if you look at the letter A, it's either a goat or a bull head. It's upside down.
That is interesting. You know, suppose the idea of pentacle and pentagram, pentagram, but an A is an upward thing.
Yeah.
So once again, the agram. And so the anarchist sign comes from that, which is representing Luciferianism in terms of like individuality against the group. You know, I'm going to go my own way. I'd like forget the group, basically, which I think there's a place for this when it comes to, you know, to changing paradigms, because we are living in a paradigm of deceit, shall we say. So when we look at this here, and you can see my pointer on the screen, I hope, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. So here we have 108 degrees, right? And here we have 72 degrees. And here we have 72 degrees. And here we have 108 degrees. And here we have 72 degrees. And here we have 108 degrees. And 72 and 108. So what we've got is 180 plus 180 plus 180 plus 180 plus 180. So that is 500, right?
500.
And 80 times 5 is 400, so that's 900, right? So isn't that interesting?
1400.
Is that right? I did that math too fast? Doesn't seem right. 100 times 5 is 5. 80 times 5 is 400. No, it's right. 900. So it brings us to the cycle of 900, which is basically the enneagram with a double zero. The double zero representing infinity, right? So, you know, there's a very simple way of like conceptualizing the structure of the astral plane and the etheric plane, and how the etheric plane and the astral plane are basically expanded and explained to us. So like there's meaning within the symbol, and understanding meaning within the symbol can give us insight into the nature of creation, and insight into the nature of the creation can give us insight into the different parts of our beings, which can give us self-knowledge, which can become an empowerment, which can empower us to be able to become the agents of change within ourselves, and thus the agents of change within the world. So this empowerment is very much something that has been sort of stripped away from society because of this binary attitude that we've been taught. Don't go with the middle path, choose left or right, right? And it's sort of a consumerism thing. I think it's why consumerism is pushed so much. because they want you to choose buy that or buy this, buy that or buy this, right? We run this ad, want you to buy this. We run this ad, want you to buy that. You choose what you're going to buy. You go to the shop, you got all these choices. You got to choose A or B on every shelf, right? Every like macrocosm of the shelf, A or B, and is it this shop or that shop that you're going to choose? Very often there's a binary. You know, I have the two big brands. Like in America, what are the two big brands? Shopping centers.
Walmart and Kmart. I don't know.
Kmart and Walmart. Makes sense. I don't know. Maybe it's become Walmart and Walmart because it's probably all owned by the same people these days. You know,
I don't even think Kmart's even around anymore. I think that way they went out of business.
Oh, did they?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were probably bought by Walmart.
maybe.
Is there like a national brand that's besides Walmart that goes everywhere?
I don't think. Probably.
So they're tightening that net, aren't they? Of choice. And now we're going to see that on our shelves, the net of choice is going to be tightened yet again. Because once the structure of control has been achieved, there's no need to give us choice anymore. You see, we've got to be living in the illusion of freedom.
McDonald's and Walmart. It's everywhere. But that's global. Yeah.
So, you know, it's very interesting when we look at these structures. So getting back to the panpsychism idea, we've been taught to separate mind and spirit from matter. But the ancients didn't do that. They saw everything as a continuity. And we got into this beginning of this discussion in the last round table, and I thought it's quite poignant for us to actually to go further with this, to take a look at how this panpsychism pans out, how it pans out when we look at community, right? Because when we apply these ideas to community and to the meaning of life, we start to get a notion of the adaptation of the soul body, right? So pan, the body, psychism, the soul, right? So the soul is the psyche. Psyche is another word for soul, consciousness, mind, whatever you want to call it, on the one side. On the other side, body. This division between soul and body is growing. And as the division between soul and body grows, the gap gets bigger. And as they say in London, mind the gap, right? Mind the gap. My gosh. Where's the bird dog when you need him? I know you'd have something to say about that, but we are being taught to mind the gap, and minding the gap involves keeping your mind in the gap. Don't touch the body, don't touch the soul. Keep your mind in the gap, and in the mind, the gap between mind and body and soul, you then choose left or right. It's a binary choice. And so spirituality, the New Age movement, is all about those higher chakras, developing the higher chakras so that you can leave these low vibrations of the body behind, right? And the materialism is like all that airy-fairy nonsense, spiritual mumbo-jumbo nonsense. What you see is what you get. The physical world is all there is. It's a physical reality. I got to go out. I got to work. I got to earn bread and butter in it. I got to feed the family. So we got these two ideas that are sort of opposing each other, and the gap is growing between them. And so they are sort of like separating us from those that are like believing in spirituality and those that are believing in materialism. And as they create this wider gap, they put us into the gap and force us to choose. What do you guys think about the gap?
I'm going to say something that's going to be I think I probably mentioned this on another roundtable before. I think it's probably going to be a bit controversial to this community in general, but I think actually the Gnostics are kind of behind this. And let me explain my reasoning behind this, right? So if we think about ancient like animistic tribes, I think a lot of people just kind of on default sort of accepted that panpsychism is kind of like the most like acceptable truth. But if you look at Gnosticism, what do they believe? That that the world of matter is evil, matter is devoid of spirit and soul, and that spirit is ultimately separate and higher than matter, right? And so then you mentioned before that Gnosticism came before, you know, Christianity. It's early, right? So if you think about what Christianity did in terms of this kind of this evolution of beliefs, is they got rid of the idea that, you know, God is this evil demiurge that controls people. They got rid of the idea that the world is a prison, but they kept the idea that matter is devoid of soul. And this, I think, kind of informed the epistemology of Christianity afterwards, and that's why there's always this this demonization of sex, this demonization of pagan religions and religions that are not Christian, because their mind is that God is ultimately separate and distinct from nature. So nature is kind of becomes the devil, becomes kind of the demon. And then it's like when you keep that mechanistic sort of understanding of matter going on, it's like then, you know, the Renaissance comes and they figure out science. It's, oh, you know, we can use this science to basically, you know, figure out the true meaning of God. But then they ultimately, you know, it definitely devolved into materialism, into kind of the miasmic aromatic current that we're living today. But I think if we really want to think about, you know, Adam and Eve and what the fall actually was, maybe the fall is deciding that matter is essentially devoid of spirit and soul. And I think that's why we've created this calamity. And that's like, it started as that little seed 2,000 years, but as history has progressed, that gap has grown and metastasized into sort of the problem that we know today. And that's why you have that stark division in the first place, because it's like we define matter as being this, because there's that distinction between matter and spirit. The materialists are like, ugh, spirit, you got this God that's controlling anything. I can't live my own life, and, you know, I don't want an afterlife, so I'm going to be totally antagonistic to spirit and totally devoid to matter, this thing that I can know and control. And then on the other side, you got the spirits like, oh my God, this world of matter, oh, it's so limiting, it's so controlling, it's so dead and devoid of spirit. I have to separate myself from this and go into the pleroma that essentially exists beyond. And it's like they're almost like it's like these two poles that become antagonistic towards each other, and they're more and more running away from each other. And I think that, you know, in a lot of ways, I kind of a more panpsychist approach, I think it kind of redeems both sides of the equation, because with panpsychism, you open up the doors to, you know, the afterlife, to gods, to magic, to spirit, but it does so in a way that doesn't contradict science. It allows certain things of cause and effect, and certainly like all these things can be kind of like reconciled in a way when you look at this idea that matter. And I think it also it makes consciousness makes more sense, and you can kind of think of it like epistemologically, like where consciousness, you know, comes from. And I think that's the problem with both, why you can't understand consciousness, not just the fact that, you know, it's making us less spiritual and more divided, but in this divide that you're talking about, Franklin, it also makes us harder to understand what consciousness is in it of itself, because we have this kind of this weird, because we're only allowed to look at one half of the equation. You can only take the spiritual side and the material side, and you can't really integrate. It's hard to integrate both in material way, because if you think about, you know, if you believe that, you know, because if we take this soul and matter divide and we look at it both sides, because if you look at it from a spiritual perspective, it's like, well, if I am this material, if I am this soul, why am I stuck to this material body? Why can't I think thoughts away? Likewise, you know, if you think about the other way, it's like you're in this material body that seems to be devoid of soul, but then why am I conscious? Why do I have experiences? Why do I have this inner mind that doesn't seem related to the inner world? It's like neither of these paradigms can really explain what consciousness is and how it can work. But I think panpsychism, because it integrates both of these dimensions, I think it actually has a better way of explaining the nature of consciousness. And I think because of that, we can actually start to like figure things out and make sense of the world around us in a more accurate way, that it takes all the dimensions into at play.
Absolutely. And I think it's why panpsychism was fundamental. And the only thing I would say is I don't know whether I would blame the Gnostic cosmology or philosophy. I would blame modern interpretations of Gnosticism. Leave it at that. And they might be right and they might be wrong. Because I think that the early Gnostic ideas were not necessarily the same as what we are considering Gnosticism as today. And Gnosticism was hijacked by the church, essentially. And so Gnostic ideology was then affected because Gnosticism was taken in by the Catholic or turned into a Catholic religion. And so it rubbed off on our conceptualization of Gnosticism, because everybody that looked at Gnosticism in the past had essentially somehow been affected by the Catholic Church in history, right? In the earlier times, or they were excommunicated and they were being hunted, about to be dismembered or whatever. So, I think that Catholic flavor has been projected onto Gnosticism, and it used the ideology of Catholicism to try and interpret and understand Gnosticism, because so much of Gnosticism was fundamental to the Christian religion as we know it. And so it was twisted into its own particular new being. And then that new being, looking back at Gnosticism, assumed that you're my parent, you must be like me, right? But possibly that new being had been in a different set of circumstances. But absolutely there's this connection with the current epoch of Gnostic ideology, I would say, and it seems quite accurate. And it makes me think of something that was said by, was it Ryan? Neil. So Neil said something quite interesting. I hope you're still with us, Neil. Community is based upon individual rights, yes, and common laws too. And that is a common idea, I think. I think that the whole idea of rights, like the Bushman, let's go back to the Bushman, or the Aborigine. Did you have rights? I didn't think you had rights. I think rights mean this is what you're allowed. And because this is what you're allowed, it means there's stuff you're not allowed. If that makes sense. And so the whole idea of rights takes away sovereignty to some degree, because you don't have the right to do anything other than what's in your rights. Who gets to dictate your rights to you? Someone else. So that's a loss of sovereignty. I think that there's a very interesting discussion around this, though. I think the whole idea of these rights being changed. In the old time, you didn't have rights or not rights. You either fit into the community or you leave. You can find a different community that you fit into. So there wasn't like a bill of rights. If the people that you were living with didn't want you there, they would make a stink and you'd have to leave. So you had the right to do anything you wanted. But if you piss off the community, they won't want you around. And that's sort of like organic. And I think that's sort of how it worked, right? In ancient times, in communities. And then it was a modern societal thing that had to put down the rights on paper so that people knew what they were allowed. And that might be a post serf thing, right? Most of the Europeans that migrated over to America and Australia and New Zealand and South Africa and all the other places in Europe were, in a sense, prisoners. And so that was the system, right? The feudal system worked in such a way. Everybody were serfs, and they were owned effectively by the lord of the manor. And they were allowed the right to work on the lord's land at the pleasure of the lord, providing they followed the rules that the lord had stipulated. So the lord decided what your rights were and what your rights were not. So I think rights is not about what you're allowed. It's about what you're not allowed, because it's what's not being said. That's the implication behind why you need rights. I hope that makes sense. But that's an interesting point, I think. And I think it brings us back to the point of liberty. And, back to the panpsychism that you were talking about, Cosmic. I think that we've really lost our sense. You know how children, if we think back to when we were children, we were recognizing and openly anthropomorphizing the world. And now that we are trying so hard to be adults and grown-ups, well, we don't believe in this superstitious stuff. We still end up anthropomorphizing the world whether we like it or not. God then sits in a chair like us, right? And looks like us with 2 legs and 2 arms. And so we go through every pain to try and recognize our own projection onto the world and to look at the world through the eyes that we can relate it to. And I think that as children, we are much more naturally engaging with this. Like in my BushWhisperer Speaks series, I speak about cloud gazing as a very powerful way to read the omens. And how children basically pick up things, instincts, intuition, and go with it. I think intuition is something that a lot of people are losing. And I think intuition is based upon panpsychism. In fact, a big part of the shamanic path, which is really focused on reading the omen, is about understanding how panpsychism works and looking into Pan to see the psyche. And so understanding that when you see a pattern in the world around you, that pattern reflects something in consciousness, and that there's this fundamental connection. And so there is meaning in everything that we see. And so children have this wonderful way of applying meaning to everything around them all the time. And I think that when we allow the natural intuition and the instincts to start to work with meaning, we start to recognize messages from the spirit in the physical world around us. And for example, when people are starting to awaken, they start noticing patterns of numbers. I think it's the most common thing. And the more awakened you become, the more you just get used to it. Like, oh gosh, there it goes again. 2121. Okay. Oh gosh, there it goes again. 1111. Oh gosh, there it goes again. 1313. Oh, 1331. Oh, 1441. Oh, 1717. 2222. And so we start to intuitively look at the clock at particular time of day. And the more we do it, the more we're recognizing that we're in tune with something here, that the psyche and matter are somehow linking up, and our psyche is able to know when to look at that clock in order to show you that panpsychism is real. What do you guys think about this phenomenon of omen jumping out and numbers and all these metaphors that jump into our consciousness and we can't avoid them?
So dream logic at play. My magic number is 238. That's when I know like the Fae are around. If I see that number in clocks or something like that, that's kind of like their symbol. And usually it always follows like when I hear one of their voices, and that number will just show up like the exact like second I hear it. It's pretty crazy. But I think kind of going back to what I was discussing earlier, I think even if you don't think it's the Gnostics that is the start, I think that it could be Judaism that came up with the idea that matter is devoid of spirit or God. It could come there. But I think what I'm kind of looking at, whether whatever perception you have who the Gnostics were or what, I think to me when it comes to this distinction between spirit and matter has to do with man's sort of an antagonistic relationship with reality, a kind of a dissonance between sort of spirit and matter, if you will. There's a sense that my thoughts and my expectations don't match up with the matter and the world around me. Therefore, the world of matter is dead. It's not listening to me. It's not responding to me. But I think when it comes to here's a mind blower that really kind of like shook me up the other day, because I was thinking about like, you think about like matter itself. What actually is matter? And I really started to think about it. I'm like, I can't come up with an answer to this. I don't really know what it is, because if you think about it, it's like you start what is matter? It's like, it's atoms and molecules. Well, what are atoms and molecules? They're made of electrons and protons and neutrons. What are electrons and neutrons made of? They're made of gluons and quarks. What are gluons and quarks made of? And you can just keep going down and down until you start to realize, like, well, wait a minute, maybe it is more, instead of this fixed like object, maybe it is kind of like an energetic force, kind of like when you take like a magnet and you take two north poles and you kind of like push them against each other. And that's the interesting thing about magnets. They'll attract each other, but if you put the same poles towards each other, they push each other away, and you can't actually, it actually takes a bit of effort to get the two of those things to stick together. So I think that that probably is with panpsychism. It's that when I talk about that negative antagonistic relationship to the material world, because I think it seems like it's a natural progression. I don't necessarily think it's it's necessarily intentional, though I think there are intentional actors at play. I'm not going to deny that, but I think it's a natural consequence. If you think about just in terms of evolution and humanity, gaining a sense of self-awareness, being able to use their third eye to look and having essentially an imagination, is that if you think about what like these ancient religions, that they were able to envision these perfect worlds. They see this perfect realm of the clouds where everything is perfect, everything works together. And then they go back to this world with all the disease and earthquakes and stuff, like, this kind of sucks, dealing with all this stuff, all this, this disease and all this misfortune. And then that creates that kind of that antagonistic relationship, because like, oh my God, this matter world becomes so terrible and so horrible, because then you start focusing on the negative sides of the material world, and then you emphasize the positive sides of the spiritual world. But at the same time, what's happening is you're ignoring the positive aspects of the natural world, and also ignoring the negative aspects of that sort of Luciferian spiritual perspective. So I think that, when it comes to having it's having a sense of harmony with nature and a harmony with the natural world. Because like, if you think about like materialism, and, I was thinking the other day, like, if free will is an illusion and everything is just, random particles bouncing off of each other, and the universe has no intelligence, then intelligence is also an illusion, which really doesn't make sense. So when I think about like intelligence and consciousness, because if consciousness is essentially a complex, machination of different atoms and molecules sort of bouncing off of each other, and that's intelligence, well, why is it not intelligent at the smaller scale? See, when I think of just like two atoms sort of bouncing off each other, just simply like a hot object interacting with a cold object, like to say you take like an ice cube and you put it in a hot cup of tea and the ice cube melts, that to me is life. That is an organic process, because that's the other thing. That's like this the whole idea of the mechanical in and of itself. The mechanistic, because what really is a machine? A machine is something that is built with a specific purpose. And if the universe is devoid of purpose, according to materialists, it doesn't really make sense to think of it as a machine. Do you see like the contradiction there? That the idea that everything is meaningless, but a machine implies meaning, and the whole machine metaphor came from religion in the first place, because God is this divine clockmaker who's like, oh my God, this world is so fine-tuned and so perfect, it must be a machine, because look at all the fancy sort of like pulleys and levers and gears and all these things that are going on. But I think that in order to understand panpsychism, you have to look at matter not just as being imbued with spirit, but as being organic in and of itself. And we make this distinction that, plants and trees and cats and humans, they're organic, but rocks, oceans, asteroids, those aren't organic. Those are inorganic things. So I think if we're going to talk about the distinction between matter and spirit, we also have to talk about the distinction between the organic and the inorganic. I think if you want to look at things in a more panpsychist way, it makes more sense to view everything as being organic or organism-like in some way. Like even if you think of like atoms, they're like basically they're like tiny organisms in a way. They're like the cells of cells, if you will. And so like even if you think about things about energy, like atoms have energy and they move around. There's heat and combustion and then but the body works on the same thing, and consciousness works that same way too. So it's like panpsychism just makes so much more sense, but yet nobody in the society really wants to go along with it because they're just more certain. I don't know. It's just weird to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of really lucid thinking there being expressed. Because, you know, the idea of organic and inorganic, I think that word is has been misconceived. And, you know, maybe a better way of looking at it is a different grade of life. So from a Vedic cosmological overview, you could say that rock is alive in the sense of Ida, and trees are alive in the sense of Pingala, or vice versa, depending on what criteria you're using to consider this notion. So you've got this duality in life, and there seems to be some kind of a shifting in the polarity that happens. And when the shifting of the polarity happens, possibly like life evolves. And so what are rocks today could have been something else in the past. But I definitely agree with you that like that there's different criteria for being alive. And I've always thought of rocks as being alive. I've always thought of everything as being somehow alive. And I think that this is a mistake that we make, that if something's inanimate, that how long has it been that people didn't believe that trees had feelings and that trees didn't think? It's only lately that science is actually breaking in on that and going, actually, hold on, we can measure something going on around a tree. Like when you play music around the tree, something that the tree gives off changes. It's reacting to the music. They can pick this up with their equipment. So we're now starting to recognize, hold on, trees have got consciousness. But if you had spoken to people 50 years ago, they would have said trees don't have consciousness. That's a ludicrous idea, right? Trees don't have feelings. They don't communicate with each other. What kind of nonsense is it? They're just a tree. They're an inanimate thing that stands there. And I think that in the same sense, rocks have possibly a different grade of intelligence, a different grade of communication. Possibly it doesn't fall into the same subset. But there used to be this division between trees and humans, which are now closing in. And we're starting to recognize actually the trees are inversely proportioned to us, right? So the trees are taking in the CO2 primarily and giving out the O2 primarily, although they breathe in CO2 during the day and they breathe out CO2 at night. But much more CO2 do they take in than what they breathe out, and they hold on to the carbon. So the carbon becomes the substrate that they build onto with the minerals. Now, when we look at rocks, what's going on with the carbon cycle with rocks? See, and the mineral cycle, how does this play out with stone being created and diamonds and all the different scales of hardness? Like, what is this the secret of carbon, right? And when you burn wood, what are you left with? Carbon. And how are bones that different to rocks? I mean, they're different, but you know, there's a crystalline rocky element. So I think that there's a lot to be looked at here. Possibly what we see as rocks could be part of the planetary consciousness. And this is something else that we haven't really taken into account. Does the planet have consciousness? Does this planet think? And obviously the gradation of the consciousness of this planet's thoughts would be something of a magnitude that we might not be able to conceive of, in the same way that the The flea on the dog's back is not able to conceive of the thoughts of a dog. Yeah? It's a whole different grade of thinking. The flea on the back of the dog is just like trying to find like somewhere to hold on and some sweet stuff to suck. The dog is like, it's thinking about fetching the frisbee because it knows if it catches that frisbee and jumps up in the air, it's going to get a piece of beef jerky. Do you see what I mean? Like the whole different grade of intelligence between the dog and the flea. We could be the flea in the story, and the earth could be thinking macrocosmic thoughts that we can't even conceptualize. So I think there's a very interesting notion that you put on the table here. I think panpsychism is something which is rather fundamental to all occult philosophy. Would that be a good statement? You cannot have an occult philosophy without panpsychism. Not a true one.
Well, I guess one clarifier is how would you distinguish that from like idealism, or do you see that, or do you not make a distinction between those two things?
Idealism?
Yeah.
Well,
the idea that everything is kind of like all just like consciousness and all mind, all mental. Are they incompatible or they work?
Mentalism.
Everything that's physical is mental. In other words, the physical and mental barriers is in our minds and our experience. But in its true form, everything is an emanation of the mental field. But it's reflected back at us in this loop of consciousness. So I see the etheric field as reflecting back the physical form, and the astral field as bringing in the energy. So everything is energy. Rocks are energy, moving energy. But we perceive this moving energy of a rock as a rock, and that's happening here, right? But if we step out of here for a moment, we'll notice that the rock is actually moving energy. We can like literally see this with our own senses. So this seems to be like a sort of a fundamental extension of where panpsychism comes from, is the fact that everything is energy, and that energy is a go-between between mind, thought, and matter. And so I don't see it as being ideological, because there is no ideal at the end of the journey of thought. It's a continuity of thinking, which means that matter, thought is like a turning wheel. And where the wheel is touching the road, it's matter. And where the wheel's not touching the road, it's thought. And so even in our current model of physics, we discover that the same atoms that's in my body now could be in your body at a later stage, because these molecules are spinning atoms through themselves, right? So the energy that's in the dog's body could be in my body, then his body, then your body, and it could be in the wall, it could be everywhere, because this energy is moving and it's flowing. But we are observing a pattern of energy. So when we're looking at matter, we're observing the pattern that energy is taking, and we conceptualize this as matter, and so it becomes very solid and real to us. But when we start to have like experiences that transgress those so-called physical laws, then we start to get into the occult philosophy, and the esoteric side of it starts to come out. So when we're looking at occult philosophy, we're looking at what is hidden. And so what seems to be on the surface is that energy and matter and thought are separate. But when we look into the hidden part of matter, we see that matter is energy, and these energy are following patterns. And then we have to deduce, well, what patterns are these energy? What dictates the patterns that this energy follows? It must be some mental information, some kind of an intelligence, right? And so this fundamental intelligence is dictating the way in which the energy moves and is translating, which then becomes an experience of consequential physical manifestation that we are idealizing as matter. I think the when we take one or the other, we're taking an ideal. When we say that everything is just thought, we're taking an ideal. But thought is matter. Matter is thought. Is not so much of an ideal. It's sort of like bringing it all together and looking for the mean, like that mathematical mean, putting it all together and trying to find the center and how everything fits together in this model. I hope that's not too obtuse an answer for you.
No, I think that's pretty well explained.
Yeah, I think that we've become so enamored by matter that we look for escapism. Like, for example, chakras. And I think this is relevant. Everybody's looking to open their crown chakra and their third eye chakra and their throat chakra. Throat chakra is where you get your psychic abilities. Your Ajna chakra is where you get the whole brain ability, that super engine ability to understand the quantum entanglement field and be able to know these patterns and to be able to control. That's what the Ajna means. It means control. Control these forces. And then the Sastra is that all of these patterns are certain petals that are fitting together in patterns, and that there are a certain finite number of potential in this combination that are combined in very delicate ways to produce it. So that is like to understand the subtotality of creation. But nobody wants to figure out the Muladhara chakra, right? Everybody wants to get out of the root chakra. And it's such a new age thing to say, oh, you're so stuck in your root chakra. Oh, wow. Knowledge. Like, the root chakra is the most important chakra. This is what people don't get. The base chakras are fundamental. And the same chakras that are above are the same chakras that are below. So there are only essentially 3 chakras. And those 3 chakras are reflected above, and those 3 chakras are reflected below. And then there is a point where the 3 chakras that are projected below are brought into a pattern with the 3 chakras that are projected above. And that makes a 6-pointed star. And that is the idea of polarity. And that is the anahata, the heart chakra. So the heart chakra is what connects the 3 chakras. And so you've got 3 chakras. They've got a masculine and a feminine presence. They project one down, one up. So there are only 3 chakras. But everybody wants to get into the 3 upper chakras.
Or
People aren't realizing how.
Conversely, if we're talking about the skeptical types, they only embrace the lower chakras. If you think about it kind of like on a conceptual level, they only accept the lower chakras and they reject that the higher chakras even exist in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We're talking about the Luciferian desire to reach into the higher. The Aramanian desire only wants those 3 lower chakras. But the 3 upper chakras and the 3 lower chakras don't really exist as independent chakras. They just seem to. Mm-hmm. They're just the same chakra reflecting itself. Sorry, what were you going to say, brother?
You know, I was also... Oh, you're going to say something, Indy? Oh, don't want to...
Yeah, that's a good question. I see somewhat of a paradox here. If mine is primary, but the root chakra is fundamental, how does that line up?
See, I've actually been kind of... I think I can actually explain that. That's kind of how I've been working with my system here. Actually, I'm going to get a bit of a diagram here real quick. I think I've probably already showed you this one, but I think it is definitely most certainly relevant to this discussion. Where the heck is this thing? I have this right here.
Sometimes they refer to the body as like the spirit tower. So like maybe the root chakra is like foundation of the spirit tower that starts at its basic components of minerals and is built up, and it needs that foundation of matter in the body.
Okay, here we go. Am I unmuted? Okay, I'm not muted. All right. So basically, this is kind of like So you can think of this as like, this is kind of my version of the chakra system. These are basically kind of like frequencies of consciousness. And notice that the self comes when the middle is sort of like, when all these sort of energies kind of like, so here you have kind of like your being. This is more where your matter type consciousness comes from. And that then involves into, and then as it gets more conscious, as it becomes from being, it gets more towards awareness. It starts to rise up and towards itself. Likewise, you have pure awareness over here, devoid of being. And then as it integrates more being, it starts to come down into the self. So the way I see it, this is why I kind of have the whole duotheist thing, because it's like you said, how can, you know, mind be primary, but also matter be ultimately fundamental? And I think they're both kind of simultaneously existing, you know, sort of at the same time. And that we're kind of like, it's not really like, instead of like, you know, one like red being the top or pink being the top, they're kind of seen as both two sides sort of coming together, two dimensions from the left and the right coming together into the middle. And that's something I've also been thinking a lot lately in my practice, is thinking about horizontal cosmologies as opposed to vertical cosmology. I think understanding sort of the horizontal dimensions of the spiritual world, not just the up and the down, I think it can give you better insight and context into those upper and lower levels of awareness and being by looking at it from that point of view. And kind of instead of taking it as being a top and bottom thing and getting it from the left and right, you start to get a completely different conceptual picture as to how sort of consciousness forms. And that it's almost like that awareness, which is being that pure mental kind of state, versus being, which is that more that matter, energetic, pure material, raw, animalistic form, that both of these dimensions are required in order to cultivate individual consciousness, and that you cannot have one without the other. Otherwise, one without the other would just be kind of like a collective, you know, field of awareness without any sense of individuality. So the way I see it, it's like you start off with these larger sort of collective levels of awareness, and as they interact with each other, they become more specified and kind of smaller until they eventually kind of get to the individual self, which is kind of the marriage between both of these sort of aspects of conscious being. So I think that matter is like, because if you think of mind and matter, I think if it's like mind is the masculine aspect of consciousness and matter is the more feminine aspect of consciousness. And it's only when both of these things co-join each other in kind of like in union, sort of a sexual procreative union, that the soul even comes, you know, into being in the first place. And one of the things I noticed with all these belief systems is they all emphasize one side or the other. They either only emphasize the being aspect or they only emphasize the awareness aspect, and neither can figure out where consciousness really comes from. But when you realize both of these dimensions kind of exist simultaneously, then now it makes sense, because you can see like how mind can interact with matter is because the reason that mind is capable of becoming with matter, because matter has its own consciousness that it can interact with. It's not inert and dead. And likewise, because of that, you know, matter can interact with mind because that mind in itself has its own sort of matter that gives it its solidity and substance and something that's tangible that can be translated to mind. It really is a dialogue between these two aspects of consciousness that sort of create the fundamental soul and the eternal self. And the problem is that I think is that why we can't figure it out is because we assume consciousness has to have one source. That consciousness has to come from mind, like the spiritual New Age people say, or consciousness is derived solely from matter, like the materialists say. And you realize, like, no, these are both two ingredients to the recipe of consciousness, and that we're only using one. So I think that panpsychism helps to mediate this divide between these two parameters of consciousness and gives you a better understanding of the relationship between the two and how they ultimately seem to create the self and the soul.
I think that's lovely, and I'm going to get back to consciousness because I love that word. I don't want Indy to forget what he was. Indy was driving towards something as well, but remind me consciousness because that's a word to play with.
No, I just had a question for Cosmic. What were you referring to in the white light of the divine male? Was it mindless? It was a bodiless mind.
Yeah, basically kind of like a mind that doesn't have a sense of being. It's sort of like that point when you're really deep into a psychedelic trip and you don't really have a sense of body and you're just pure awareness and you don't really have a sense of an individual self, right?
Oh, okay.
And likewise, but I realized there's like a materialist counterpoint to that. When you're in dreamless sleep, that's the opposite side of a lack of individual. That's so when you're in that psychedelic, egoless, full on no self state, that's pure unfiltered awareness. But likewise, when you're in a state of pure dreamless sleep, you're totally aligned with the material. You become one with the matter mind of the universe. And it's only when these two collective sort of God minds interact with each other, that's when they sort of reproduce and create conscious beings and souls. So that's kind of like my metaphysical understanding of things and how I sort of framed that, and that matter and mind, it's kind of like the mother and father of the soul, and that these are the kind of the two sort of godheads that both have sort of simultaneously always existed, because it is kind of like a chicken and egg kind of thing, because you really can't have one without the other. And that's kind of why ultimately, I always talk about here how I'm not really into the whole oneness thing, and that what I've just explained is precisely the reason why.
Yeah, I like a lot of what you've been saying. Like there is this fundamental duality and a polarity that seems to be important in the structure. And like when we look at consciousness, so I look at consciousness and I go, well, one has to like consider the Hermetic principles a little. I always like to come back to those base simple principles, those 7 base principles, which are a reflection of 3 principles. And 3 is a reflection of let me at the same time go to what Stacy was saying. So this is what Stacy was saying. Darn, I lost my place now. I lost my place. Oh. Anyway, it is what it is. So Stacy was saying something really interesting. Then why is 180 degrees turn like half a 360 degrees cycle? And that is, I think, fundamental to what we're talking about here. So the triangle represents these 3 elements of 60. 60, 60, 60. 6, 6, 6. Right? And 6, 6, 6, 60, 60, 60 also is 180 degrees. Right? The 180 degrees is a straight line. But the straight line only represents half of a circle. And so the half of the circle is this idea, which you see in many of the ancient glyphs, of a lady with her hands on the ground doing a bend, either a back bend or a forward bend, and her feet on the ground, and she represents the heavens, the firmament specifically. So we're talking here about Mart. And the firmament is what's about measuring and meeting, the meter, the measurement, the Mart, which is the weighing of your sins and your soul's transgressions on that feather. So the feather represents this, and it represents the polarity between, on one hand, that which produces life and that which unproduces life. On another aspect, it represents pan and psychism. And so on the one hand, you've got pan and psychism. So we're looking at this reality from the perspective of pan. We're working with a half a circle. And so 180 degrees instead of 360 degrees, which is fundamental to why the Trinity, the triangle, keeps coming up as a rather fundamental concept. So that, I think, is one point of focus. And another thing as well that I would say that I think is quite poignant about what you were saying a moment ago, Cosmic, was that I get the sense that there's definitely this very powerful notion behind these ideas of the cosmic shift of consciousness between self and selfless that is also relevant and relative to these notions. So when we look at the 7 principles of Hermes, we've got it fundamentally that there is a reality which is complete, but we cannot access it here. That reality is not what we're experiencing here. But between that reality and here, there is a duality. In order for that reality to take place here, and this is going to answer your question as well, about the Muladhara chakra, the base chakra, and the crown chakra, right? So there is this subtotality of reality which is bound by the first principle of Hermes, which is the principle of mentalism, that all things are a mental field and that everything is an emanation from this mental field. But in order for this mental field to emanate, there had to be a duality. Without the duality, there could not be an emanation, because this mental field is perfect. It's not divisible. Nothing can be added to it, for it contains all. Nothing can be taken from it, because it contains all. It cannot be that mental field that it is in subtotality if anything is removed from it or anything is added to it. So it is, in effect, the subtotality of all that we can conceptualize. In order for this mentalism principle to take hold, there had to be 2 factors. The one factor was vibration. There had to be movement. Energy had to exist. But in order for this energy to exist, there had to be a quantum entanglement. And the quantum entanglement represents the field of correspondence. So there had to be this polarity of correspondence, that one thing corresponds to another thing that corresponds to another thing, which is that movement as a reflection of this correspondence becomes vibration. And so that duality of the singular monad became the triad. You see, the singular, the monad, had to be multiplied by the duad to become the triad. And so these 3 fundamental principles represent the 3 upper chakras. Now, these 3 upper chakras, within the first chakra is the subtotality of all things. But the polarity had to be reflected back at itself to produce vibration. Then we find the same thing happening again. The heart chakra becomes the gateway, another reflection of the duad, but now in a more complex dynamic, reflecting once again the polarity within the polarity that produces the distinction of as above, so below. And so this as above and so below represents panpsychism, which is a reflection of the heart, the anahata, that pure energy. And because energy is a reflection of the vibrations of life and the movement, we can recognize the heart as being the fundamental chakra that connects all the chakras. However, the vibration had to also be expressed, as did this. And the vibration being expressed once again became the rhythm. And so the rhythm principle is that there is a rhythm behind how this polarity is expressing the vibrations, which is an expression of that quantum entanglement that represents that all things have a connection or a reflection, or that all things are fundamentally bound in this dichotomy, which we can conceptualize in human terms as being a correspondence, that things correspond to other things. And so the rhythm, Saturnian element, had to take place. We call this Manipura chakra. And so within this, we have the next triad taking form, because this then had to be resolved. And in order to resolve this, it had to resolve this quantum entanglement correspondence. And the resolution of the correspondence and the resolving this idea that all things are in correspondence is resolved by cause and effect. So cause and effect becomes another octave of the idea of correspondence, in the same way that rhythm becomes another octave effect of the principle of vibration. And now we get to the clincher, the root chakra. The mentalism sphere had to be reflected perfectly in its subtotality. And so the subtotality of the mentalism sphere had to be reflected while taking into account all of these principles and the processes that they are exhibiting into a cohesive structure. And that cohesive structure became what we consider as the binding of these polarities. And the binding of these polarities is the matter, the mother. Mater and matter come from the same root of the word. So mother and matter then become a cohesive structure that reflects the Sahasrara chakra. So the closest you can be to the highest chakra in terms of its actualization is the root chakra. This is why I'm saying the root chakra is the most important chakra in meditation. It's one of the most fundamental chakras to gaining the insights of the entire cosmos and how everything fits together, because the subtotality of the mentalist sphere has been separated into all these different separate principles, but they all find union again. Hence we speak of the root chakra as being the kunt, the kundalini. The kundalini is bound within the root chakra because it holds all of the potency of life, which is the reflection of the pure mental sphere. Hence the mental sphere and the root chakra are bound in each other. And in order for this mental sphere to exist here, it has to have a root chakra. Otherwise, none of this is possible. None of these 7 principles can be possible without these 2 as a fundamental anchor, because what is being bound in the heart chakra, the anahata, is the as above, so below, which is actually one thing, as the heart chakra shows it. It shows the upward pointing triangle and the lower pointing triangle becoming a single synthesis. And this sort of brings us back to a really interesting point that you were making earlier, Cosmic, and it relates to this panpsychism idea. So panpsychism is this anahata, is this polarization, is this as above, so below principle being actualized, this hermetic fundamental principle of the heart. And hence we speak of the heart as having 2 crescents. You see? And notice that the 2 crescents of the heart are golden spiral. Right. So you've got 2 golden spiral expanding into each other, which is a reflection of the toric field. And so the toric field in the heart represents that torus expanding outwards. Like if you draw it, it gets bigger towards the bottom and it starts off smaller, and that's how you draw a heart fundamentally. So this is where we get the idea of the picture of the heart from, as a reflection of this fundamental these fundamental principles. And so this is that dichotomy of as above and so below in a single structure, bound by these 7 principles, which are actually a reflection of 3 fundamental principles which are repeating themselves. Anyway, you've got something you got in front of us, dear Indie brother.
Yeah, I was just trying to bring up some relevant material from my blog, because it was bringing up a lot of thoughts about some of the work I've done, where we're looking at the power of the integration of grounding in the root chakra and the ascension in the inner eye and the crown chakra, balancing those 2 out in the heart space. And so I have like a really good article on that called let's see, what was the title? Did I write it down here? Ending the Division. And this other article that I pulled up here is one that we've looked at before, where it just mentions the masculine and the feminine aspects and the integration aspects of integrating the subtle opposite gender aspect to become fully integrated. But we'll go back to this other one I was looking at, Ending the Division here. It just says here that it can't stress that the importance of how crucial it is to balance our vibrations in the heart space of the 4th chakra. Whereas we hear a lot in society of everybody wants to ascend away from the center, away from the heart, away from the root. And so, like Franklin was saying, it's really important to understand that just going down into the root or just going up into the crown is not going to be harmonic or integrating. It's going to lead us away. But being able to go in both directions and balance that out and in the heart space, which I am talking about in this article, being the powerful integrative central of the toroidal energy of the spirit that drives the cycle of the ebb and flow of the up and the down together. So it's a pretty some good art here that I featured on the article here that just kind of shows the positivity of integration of the upper and the lower. But thank you so much, Frank, for that discussion. That was a beautiful discussion you had there.
That's such a beautiful picture, brother. Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting how we were synergizing there. What you were bringing up was exactly what I was saying. We were like on the same wave. We were like surfers riding the same wave.
Absolutely. So much
From
synchronicity.
the midpoint of break where like the goofy and the natural both get to ride the same wave, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something truly beautiful. And don't forget to mention your blog site here.
Yeah, the blog site, if you want to take a look, it is vibetribescribe.wordpress.com. And I got about a dozen articles on there. I've got about, I don't know, dozens of other articles I've written up. I just haven't posted up there, but I'm always working on more stuff. Recently, I've been working on putting together some reels and some shorter films of little clips from the round table. When you out there wants to see some shorter little clips of some of the reels, maybe show some of your friends. I've been working on some of that stuff. It's been up in the round table YouTube page, and we'll be putting it elsewhere as well soon.
Yeah, man, we go die hard, man.
Yeah.
It's like it's overwhelming for a lot of people. I think the round table is for people that have like a powerful pedals, able to keep those pedals. It's like this is for serious cyclists.
Heck yeah.
It's like a marathon, right? We only run marathons.
I love these long shows. I do a lot of these shows too. I watch them online and I take a lot of notes. And one I'm working on is with Michael Tsarian, something about mysterious origins. It's like a 9-hour show. I'm like halfway through. It's so deep and dense in knowledge and wisdom that I have to like back it up every 10 seconds and like write stuff down. There's so much in it.
Is that one of his older shows or is it more recent?
The old one. Really old one.
Yeah, I used to follow a lot of his stuff many years ago.
Yeah.
Like he was really captivating when he was younger. I found him.
Yeah.
He was so passionate.
Mm-hmm.
He was incredibly passionate. And then he started doing these shows in the pubs. And I was like, yeah, it's not the same. Like he's got his Guinness.
Angry. Yeah.
You know, like, you know, you have a couple of Guinness while you're talking and your concentration is not going to be the same.
You change your energy.
Frequency that you get when you like clear and, you know, wake up in the morning and drink a glass of water. Good water. Yeah. Water is the source of life. But I love that. Yeah. The misunderstanding of the heart is so fundamental, I think. And so what you've got when you look at this, right, essentially is you've got a connection between the correspondences, a connection between that which is in polarity as above, so below, and a connection between cause and effect. So here you have the 3 chakras 3 times. So you've got the 3 times 3 happening within these 7 chakras. You've actually got 9 things going on if you really look at them. And so that's the Ennead, and that's the Kabbalah really being expressed. You know, the 9 numerations become wrapped up back once again in 10, because 10 becomes an octave scale of 1, or shall we say a fractal of 1. 1 and 10 are fractals of each other, and the universe is essentially fractals, and these fractals are being expressed through these toric fields. So I think that it's interesting how we've been looking at the heart for so long that people have not realized that the heart is where spirituality is. And so when I consider the heart, I consider the astral. And the astral is pure energy. And so that's like pure energy. So the pure energy of the heart has to find the structure of the sacral plexus. That's where structure starts to find cohesive cause and effect. And then that structure becomes completed in the marriage between the masculine and the feminine, in the generation of the Muladhara, the base chakra. So in a sense, you want to understand Yang Yin, right? You're going to understand Yang Yin in 3 ways. Through the base root chakra, through the sacral plexus, through the heart, and through the vibrational center of correspondence. And then when you start to look at that, you're going to notice that what you've got then is vibration. The vibration becomes a reflection of rhythm. And the rhythm and the vibration are the expression of the mental field. So you've got yang and yin running through all of the chakras. You've got 2 lines of 3, essentially. And these 2 lines of 3 are rather quite important and fundamental, because they sort of make up 7 in their own way, which is quite sort of fascinating if you look at it, right? And the idea of the masculine and the feminine are then being expressed here. And so the masculine and the feminine, the one is relating to the Pingala, and the other more feminine is relating to the Ida in Western, Eastern, Vedic cosmological thoughts. But we see the same thing in the Kabbalah. So when we look at these ancient systems, and Cosmic, you mentioned something interesting earlier about Judaism. And I think you're completely onto something like that's very interesting there. You know, how Judaism started to create this distraction from, you know, from this synergetic union of thinking, which is, you know, this panpsychism philosophy was basically being dismantled by the Jewish Pharisees and those that promoted particular ideologies that became the Jewish ideology. And it's very interesting when we look at this, because we're looking at Judaism from a modern lens. And let's realize that the Pharisees got the keys to Judaism handed to them by the Romans, because the Pharisees were like, we'll do what you want. Whatever you want from us, Rome, we'll be your henchmen. We will help you enslave these people as long as we get religious control over them. So there were ulterior motives early on. We're talking like thousands of years ago. This is before the time of Emmanuel. Emmanuel had come as an activist to stand against that, saying, give to Rome what is Rome's. We don't need their coins. What do we need their coins for? Right? And we don't need to trade with their coins, is what he was saying to people. Give it back to them. We don't want their coins. It's got that ugly face on it. We don't want that. We can trade with our own coins, right? Which doesn't belong to Rome. Then we don't have to give them taxes. Like, that's basically the ideology behind give to Rome what is Rome's, right? And it's a clever way of saying that we don't owe them anything, because we don't have to give to them what's ours. Just give them what's theirs. These coins that we're using are theirs. Don't use their coins. Don't allow their coins to dictate your world. So there was like the beginning of money becoming the root of evil already, I think, in those times. And once again, I think this is why we see this Judaic ideology being reflected of these ideas, which were, from my perspective, very much the new world that the Roman Empire was facilitating and creating, which was a movement towards a materialistic society and a materialist philosophy. Would you say that that sits comfortably, Cosmic? Maybe Cosmic's having a sandwich. He's having a cosmic moment. But yeah, that's I think that there's a lot there to unpack from a lot of the stuff that he was saying, which was really, really interesting. And I do think that, I do think that we are at this point in our epoch now where when we look back at the past, it becomes more and more confusing and hazy, especially when we start to he's really cute, huh? Especially when we start to take into account and consider the reality that much of our religion that we are living under now was sculpted by Roman politics. And so this is something people don't like to acknowledge. It's a thing under the bed, right? That scares the children proverbially. That basically the Roman Catholic tradition was created by the Romans in order to force a certain sect of Judaism that was contrary to the Pharisees. So there were Gnostic Judaism. The Gnostic Jews were not allowed to practice Judaism. That's what happened. And the Gnostic Jews were being attacked by the Pharisee supporters because the Pharisees had declared that the Gnostic Jews were not real Jews. And so there was this potential civil war breeding because the Pharisees had been given the keys to the system, keys to the temple. They were now in charge of the temple. So they now ruled Judaism. And the first thing they said was this Gnostic Judaism has no place here. In the beginning, the Pharisees were a small sect. They were a minority, an extremist sect that were happy to deal with the Roman government in order to become prominent sects, you see, and sell out their own people in the process. And so what we are seeing now is Pharisee Judaism as it was resculpted by the Pharisees. And in the process, they had to weed out all of the original Gnostic Judaism, which accounted for panpsychism, which is quite interesting. And then this Pharisee religion, which became the Judaism that we know. And this is very interesting. If you go to Ethiopia, you can see the difference of what we're talking about here. There's a completely different form of Judaism in Ethiopia than what there is in the north. And this Judaism is the same Judaism that was practiced in the times of Solomon, which was long before the Roman story comes into prominence. And so many of these ideas that were being propagated are related to this epoch of time. So how this epoch of time has shaped an entire people and a religion is incredible. And when you look at the Ethiopian way of understanding things, it's a far more organic, and there's more space for it. For example, King Solomon wore a ring, and with that ring, he controlled the jinn. And he was able to force the jinn to build the original temple on the mound. Yeah? And that ring had 4 stones on it, representing the 4 elements. So that is like what panpsychism gets used for, right? to control the spirits, to control matter, to actually influence the spirits, to influence matter in such a fashion that you've got control over what's happening. So this is why you see in the Bible it says that the original temple was not built by the hands of men, because it was built by the jinn. But they were enslaved by Solomon with his ring. And so this is like how panpsychism works. One can control matter. The idea of possession. The whole idea of possession is a panpsychism concept, if you think about it. And even the Catholic tradition could not remove that, because the Catholic tradition was then, this Gnostic Judaism wasn't allowed. So they repackaged the Gnostic Judaism and said, but you're not allowed to call yourself Jews. You have to call yourself Christians. And you're not allowed to have the Sabbath on the Saturday anymore. Your Sabbath now has to be on a Sunday. And so this is how the Catholic tradition started. And so they had to change that Judaism in most fundamental ways to the point of removing their Sabbath. And that's what we've got as a result. So all Christianity that we know sprang from Catholicism, which sprang from Gnostic Judaism, which wasn't allowed due to the Pharisees and the Roman government being in league with each other.
Have you ever heard of the Shamir worm that was used to build Solomon's temple?
The
Shamir. It was said to be a worm or a force that could disintegrate stone to cut the stones for Solomon's temple. I guess the Shamir.
That's interesting, because the Sham, Sham means name. Shem means name.
Shem, yeah.
So Sham Ir, the name of the hour. Ir. And Ir is also a ruin.
Maybe it took time.
Which ruin is Ir? Ir ruin.
Yeah.
Ir ruin means irrationality, disarray, delusion, inversion, reversal, denial, negation, destruction, subversion, overthrow, as well as a distorted head. That's just like a very exoteric interpretation that I've just pulled off.
Very destructive, like the Shamir was. Yeah.
So this is the Shem. When the name is used through that rune, becomes a powerful tool of magic that can use consciousness. And this brings us back to what Cosmic was talking about. Cosmic, let me know if you're with us, brother, or if you're having a sandwich.
I'm here. I'm here right now.
Nice. So consciousness, I wanted to respond with consciousness, and it reflects back to what we were talking about with those 7 principles of Hermes as it relates to the base chakra and the head, the crown chakra. So consciousness is conch Zeus, right? So Zeus represents the Sky Father, represents that the mind of the universe, if we can use such a term, right? So if we consider that psychism, Zeus represents psychism, and conch represents Pan. So the conch is the shape that holds the vibration, which are constructed by the 7 principles. And that's the conch, which is the form, which is feminine. And the Zeus is that psychism, which is the vibration that fills the conch. So conch Zeus, the very word conch Zeus, represents mind becoming matter, and matter translating to mind, because it's not like the one came first and the next one came afterwards. It's more like a turning wheel. And so we see this in tarot cards. Wish I had my tarot here. Let me pull up the Wheel of Life, Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune. So better put tarot there, otherwise they give me all sorts of weird nonsense. So yeah, if we look at this in a fairly, opening all sorts of nonsense here. I'm going to all sorts of websites. That's very strange. Very strange. Sorry, forgive me. Wheel of Fortune. So the Wheel of Fortune will represent these particular polarities for us and give us an idea of, oh, no wonder it's images. So there we go. And if we look at this particular card, let me pull it up for us. Most of you probably do know this card. You've probably come across this and you've probably seen it. But anyway, I'll put it up here just to make it easy. So there we have something very weird. Not quite sure how I did that. Give me a second. Okay, now that is correct. So if we look at this particular card, we'll see that panpsychism is being represented here. And I want us to look at this very carefully. So here there is the suggestion that there are these 4 animals, right? But that these 2 animals are a duality of this animal, right? And these 2 animals are a duality of this animal. Now we're talking about those principles of hermetics that I was talking about once again, the 3 upper chakras and the 3 lower chakras. And they are spinning around a wheel. So we can consider the heart as being that fundamental wheel, the toric field, that keeps this trinity and this trinity in place so that this trinity can meet this trinity. So this is the downward pointing triangle of the heart chakra and the upward pointing triangle of the heart chakra. And this one is rising up here and this one is falling down here. So this is where the seal of the hex seal comes from in the circle, right? Which is that rising force and falling force. And so you can see there's something quite interesting being displayed here. And what do we notice here? We notice the serpent. Why is the serpent here? The serpent is explaining which way the wheel is turning, just in case we didn't see, right?
Also, the serpent is part of both figures there. The Sphinx figure has Prius on his head with the cobra. And then, of course, we have the devil being the snake in the Garden of Eden.
Exactly. And so this serpent represents Leo and Cancer, if we look at the subtlety of the measure. And that is also the belt that is around the magician's waist. Do you guys know that card? Let me show you the magician. So just to give you...
Very bad. Right here.
So it might help for context when we look at the tarot, because the tarot is reflecting the very same notions, the very same ideas right back at us, and it's like rather fundamental. So so here we see now, wow, I've just learned that you can switch tabs really easily. So here we see now, Namaste Gaia, how are you doing? I hope you're well. Now we see that he has this let me blow this up a little bit for us, right? You see his hips, he's got a serpent eating its own tail. And so that serpent eating its own tail represents the zodiac. Leo, the north node, and Cancer, the south node. Hence the north node is related to your future and your career, and the south node is related to your emotional conditioning from the past that you carry with you. So astrologers sort of understand it in those terms. So here we see quite clearly that that is once again the serpent that's being reflected here. So this serpent then represents the Kundalini, which is locked up in Muladhara chakra, but is a reflection of both these principles. And so are holding and combining both of these polarities of this principle. So we've got a very interesting concept here. Here we've got earth and fire, and here we've got air and water. Yeah. And we can see this notion of air and water, and they're all writing in their own books. Now, the book is the weapon or tool of Tipareth, or the Anahata chakra. And the book represents as above, so below. The word book also means ghost in some languages, which is quite interesting. I think it's Korean, I forget. But so, there's a lot to unpack when we look at this card. And I want to point out that you notice the serpent is moving in a particular direction, of course, right? And that direction is anti-clockwise, right? And then, of course, that means we've now got to consider what else is anti-clockwise. So, Ganesha spinning cross. And now we see, why does it have to be like this? Why do I have to use that word? So Ganesha swastika. I don't like using that word, but there it is. So here we go. No, I don't like that particular picture. It's not a good one. So here we see this Ganesha. And what do we notice here? Right? We notice these 4 elements of a cross are spinning anti-clockwise, right? And so this anti-clockwise spinning is breaking the Aum into 4 divisions. And that's the 4 divisions that you have in your system that I see, if that makes sense, cosmic. Because you've got the 4 on the one side, the 4 on the other, right? And then you've got fundamental yang and yin on either side of that, and the Tao in the middle, which brings us to 4 divisions of polarities and 3 principles, which brings us to the 7 chakras, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is all reflected and bound here. So here we have these 3 principles, which are these 3 principles, which are actually just still fundamentally 3 principles because they're the poles. And these are locked within 4 dynamic states. And you notice that when I was pointing out the relationships between the chakras earlier, some of the chakras, so you had the Visuddhi chakra and the that's your throat chakra, and we had the Manipura chakra, which is your solar plexus chakra, and the vibration of the throat or the rhythm of the solar plexus. It maintains all the rhythms in the body, the metabolism based upon digestion and all of that, right? Digestion dictates metabolism because it's where our energy comes from to drive metabolism. So, and the fundamental crown, Sasra chakra. So those are the 3 principles. And then the other 4 principles, the 4 becomes the other 3, which is the polarizing element of the heart, the polarizing element which is as above, so below, polarity. The polarizing, or the what leads to polarity of the correspondence between things, and what is produced by this polarity, which is the cause and effect. But the cause and effect is then binding the root and the crown chakra in a single point. So it becomes the fourth. So there you've got the 4 elements around and the 3 principles moving with the snake producing this particular anti-clockwise spiral, which, as we saw, is essentially being reflected by the Ganesha image here. So, you know, that's just an interesting perspective for how the 4 becomes the 7 and the 3, the 3 and the 4. They're not separate. We think that there's this separate system and that separate system and there's this separate thing. They're not. They're all part of one fundamental structure, and they all fit together in this like dynamic way, or so it seems. Would you show us your image that you showed us before?
You know, I actually have another image that's actually relevant to this thing. And it was kind of interesting. I'm looking at it, and it actually maps out in a very interesting way here. Let me pull this up. All right. So we got, all right. So what's interesting is that card of the wheel and the tarot actually seems to map out to this. Now, the way I kind of like what these 4, so these are basically kind of like, so this big circle here is essentially kind of like a map of sort of belief systems, right? So in this circle, you have which is the theosophics. These are your Christian, your monotheistic beliefs, Judaism, Christianity. Deozu, this is kind of where the you have your magical, your polytheistic beliefs, your sort of your pagan, your witchcraft, astrology. That's kind of in this sphere. In Ozerphites, this is the atheist materialist sphere. So it's your atheism. I don't really need to explain that. And then Izu, this is more kind of like chaos, will-based magic, more kind of like darker, sort of skeptical. And I kind of noticed that it actually fits in with the symbology of the tarot card, because if you think that in the Theosophites, you have represented the human in the upper left-hand corner, which represents sort of like human being symbolic of sort of the good human, kind of Christian, mindful, but also embodied. Then with Deozu, you have the bird, or the I think it's the eagle, and that represents if you're a magically inclined person, you're going to be kind of like you're a bird, you're flying around, you're free to kind of explore things. Then with the atheism, you have the bull represented. What is the bull but pure kind of like blind force? You know, just a bull, kind of like very material, very kind of a matter Taurus-based symbol, which then reflects with the sort of the atheist beliefs. And then you have the lion with Izu, which is more kind of like your will-based magic, someone who's more just about like, you know, power, or just believes that that life doesn't have meaning, but there is magic. And you think about the lion being kind of like vicious and ruthless. So it maps out to here. And then you think about like what you're saying before about each of the belief systems having like, so that blue sphinx would represent the Slitherfikes, which is sort of the belief systems that the universe is very ordered and structured, and kind of like everything follows a perfect plan. There's no coincidences. Counter that with the Vlidzerfikes, which is the red devil figure, which represents chaos, unpredictability, randomness. And these are sort of two sides of the thing. And then the Tao would probably be the Klizerfikes, which is where these two things kind of come together and sort of create that. So what's interesting is that tarot card seems to actually map out to this diagram almost to a T, which I don't know. I just think that's kind of interesting in and of itself.
It definitely should do, because you've got the purple, you've got the black and the white as the substrate.
Mhm.
And then you got these 4 divisions, which are made out of the purple, the black, and the white, essentially. no?
Yeah, and then the upper 2 make up the white part, and then the lower 2 make up the black part. So let me get this diagram back up. I shouldn't have put that away because
You can leave the diagram on.
yeah, I can leave it.
And just let me, or you can just click the top right thing, and
Yeah,
you can
I got
remove
it backed
from
up.
the
I got it
stage.
backed up. So how is you have the upper 2, which is the human and the bird, and see they're both kind of like a trinity in here. With this, likewise, there's also a trinity below. But the way I kind of set up this map is so you have mundane on one side on the left and magical on the other, and then on the top you have sort of believing, and then you have skeptical on the bottom. And so when it comes to the actual spinning of the wheel, notice for these are what we call the mundane Zerfixes, and these are the magical Zerfixes. I noticed that for the mundane Zerfixes, the wheel is going in a downward momentum like this. Whereas with the magical ones, they're going in an upward momentum, going around the other side. I thought that was also kind of an interesting sort of concept. But I think the deeper implication of this diagram is that you're kind of like, if you want to get into these Zerfixes, they can prevent you from understanding the outer Zarfexes. So, and the reasoning behind that is because the idea with this, that all of this is contained within our Zarfex, all these realms, all these things, and that by understanding the order, and not understanding the chaos down here, you don't get the full picture, which allows you to see beyond the Zarfex, because the idea is that there is this order up here, but if you don't acknowledge the randomness and the chaos here, you can't comprehend the order that exists beyond this diagram, the deeper levels of order. So it's almost kind of like, just like we're existing in a low paradigm of order and chaos, which prevents us from seeing a much deeper and larger picture of sort of order and chaos that goes beyond that.
Yeah, exactly. And that's quite interesting because it's sort of, it points to like what all these ancient cosmologies are suggesting. For example, the notion, which is even a Gnostic notion originally, before the modern versions of Judaism took over, right? Everything came from the divine feminine. Everything was created out of the divine feminine. And then the Pharisee notion came in and said, no, it's all the man. It's all the masculine. It's all the numerations and the masculine ideas. Even the Kabbalah was influenced by these Pharisee ideologies. And so the Kabbalah became so heavily focused on the masculine. And so it's all Adam Kadmon, right? There's no woman in the Kabbalah. But in the more traditional, older forms of Kabbalistic law, the Neshama plays a much bigger role. And obviously the divine feminine was demonized in every way that it could be. And so this became a normal religious ideology, which we saw in Catholicism, which became, the interpretation of our biblical papers, which was that, like, basically Eve screwed everything up, right? There was Adam. He was being like, Adam. And then Eve came along. It's like, oh, Eve, what did you do? Seriously, you messed it all up. Poor Adam couldn't think for himself. Eve, you went and thought for Adam. What were you doing thinking for Adam? Like, what was Adam doing, like, being thoughtful? Like, they didn't think this through very well because they made Adam look really stupid. Like, he couldn't think for himself, But they were just desperate to demonize the feminine. And everything comes from that chaotic. Yeah. And once again, chaotic, when I say chaotic, I don't think chaos means that there's no. I think chaos has its own order. How do you feel about that as a notion? An order that's beyond our ability to conceive.
Mm-hmm. I guess you could look at it that way too. I don't know. Now I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Like, it's if you are totally chaotic, and I can tell you, like, I have been totally chaotic. To the point where I probably shouldn't say this. Like, I've done things like you shouldn't do. You know, playing with life and death, just for the sake of being purely chaotic. Flip a coin, will I live or die? You know, and doing things that you probably wouldn't survive. You know, when I was younger, I was very curious. I want to understand this chaos and order and law. And, you know, like, how does chaos work? And so what I came to recognize is that even within chaos, there are still patterns. They're just not obvious patterns. You know, like, we consider junk DNA to be chaos, right? I think we just don't understand the junk DNA. I think there's just more of a complex story there that we can't rationalize in the way that we rationalize everything else. It's a law unto itself.
I think junk
Because-
data might be enzymes, programming for enzymes.
Yeah.
Well, I like what you're saying. It's just good to entertain the mystery and keep it alive, you know, because you can understand that there's more to understand, and you can start to look past what you thought you knew. But chaos has its own order. In the Chinese concept, the Taoists would call it Li, in the sense that it is in order that we can't comprehend. It's organic, and they say that it will defy our attempts to try to confine it
Rationalize.
to perfect shapes or a perfect pattern, but it will always defy that perfect pattern that we try to reduce it down to.
Here's the question. If chaos was truly chaotic, wouldn't it become order at some point? I mean, if chaos was our understanding of chaos, then there should be some order should come up in chaos, because if chaos is completely chaotic, it should encompass everything, right? Without any particular slant on this or that. So to take a piece of order, a piece of not order, piece of order, piece of not order, piece of order, piece of this, piece of that, piece of the... There's going to be some order fundamentally taken into chaos. You know, even with the conventional idea of chaos. Like, I just think people have, like, really overlooked chaos. And I think it possibly because we are supposed to fear it.
What
do
about
you
like
think?
stereotypes of anarchy and stuff? It's like supposedly chaos, but there's also like ground rules to it, and there's like kind of like a fashion style that goes along with it and everything too. So in a lot of ways, chaos is kind of a reflection of order. They're kind of two sides of the same coin, I would think.
Exactly. Like,
Yeah.
anarchy seems to be chaos on the surface, but it's total order.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a lot of flack for this, because being somebody who was sort of like at the forefront of a activist movement, which was basically mostly anarchists, right? Fundamentally, I would call myself an anarchist, because I don't believe in structures built from the top down. I believe in organic. So, in a pack of dogs, right? There's no rule being made that this dog's going to tell the other dogs what to do. It's chaotic. It's based upon DNA, right? Like, the dog that's most intelligent and strongest will end up being the dog that's the alpha dog. And that's in the genes and it's experience. That's just how it is, right? You can't go into a pack of dogs and decide to train the dogs to listen to that dog. Doesn't work, right? Because they follow a natural rule, which isn't orchestrated. In our modern political systems, it's orchestrated. The people who would naturally become leaders are kept from being leaders so that a small group of people can decide who's the leader.
See, there's been like meritocracies like in ancient China and stuff, but there's always going to be nepotism, and people are going to try to have bias in who they choose to be the next leader, and oftentimes be a relative or a friend.
You see, even in an anarchist movement, the person who comes up with the best ideas is going to be followed by a lot of people, even if they are not telling anyone what to do. Right? Does that make sense? So some people will just come up with ideas and everybody will be, oh, we like that idea. And so they might seem like leaders, but they're not actually leaders. They're just leading. I think that's the difference with anarchy. Anarchy will have leading because whoever has got the ball at that moment, the energy ball and the ball like consciousness. And so those that are able to appreciate this quality become the sort of orchestrators. Because like I was called an Illuminati, right, by some people. And I was attacked on social media because according to their notion of anarchy, we didn't have anarchy. But a natural order arose out of anarchy, where Phoenix, myself, and Chris became a triangle because we're all occultists, right? And we understand how these occult forces work. So we gravitated toward each other, and the tribal telepathy was connecting us. And everybody saw there was power in this triangle of these three people. So people wanted to converge around us. And then people wanted to converge around them, and people wanted to converge around them. And we didn't make rules and say, this is how it is, or this is like, this is this. We just had ideas, and we were all very integrous in our way that we were. So basically, people started saying that we were the leaders. Like we weren't specifically the leaders of a movement. We were just three people that were connected like a hub, like a triangle, reflecting these three principles. And so there's a natural order that gets expressed, even if you don't want to lead. Like I led by following. So I would listen to everybody talking and I'd be, hey, everybody, listen to what John's saying. I like what John's saying. And then I'd be listening. I'd go, oh, have you heard what Peter's saying? And so like we'd be taking a bit of what John said and a bit of what Peter said. And then like nobody gives like Anne a chance to talk. I'd say, well, Anne never gets a chance to talk. Anne, let's hear what you have to say. And suddenly we're all blown away. Wow, Anne, that's amazing. And like, so then I'd be like, well, you're very good at putting things together, Peter. And you're really good. Why don't you guys like figure out a good group of people to put things together? And so they'd create a working group to put in. And so it looked like we were in charge, but we weren't in charge. We were like letting the people take charge. We were just orchestrating that everybody took charge. And that's what anarchist is. That's what true anarchism is. And the people that do that end up being in charge in a sense, because then everybody comes to you to ask your opinion about like mundane nonsense, right? Like, what about this? And you go like, I don't know. What do you think? And then I'm like, well, let's get a working group. Who has experience? He's got experience. Let's get all the people with that experience together and we'll have a meeting. We'll throw it out. And so Like the people who think like that think in that group dynamic and can operate within a group dynamic and cohesively structure group dynamics would be the natural leaders. But what we're experiencing politically is not that. Because a true leader represents the people. And they lead by following the people. Does that make sense, Cosmic, as like the idea of anarchism? Anyway, those were my experiences. But I got attacked by some people who wanted to be in charge. Like we had these people come to our meetings and they'd be like, I've got this knowledge and I've got this experience and I've got this, and like we laughed them out the back door, you know. It's like, dude, none of us have any knowledge or experience. It's special. Let's just listen to the group, you know. I think that's what the age of Aquarius represents. You know, that we are much stronger together. And as clever as I think I am on my own, when we get like a lot of different ideas together, it's going to be more than what I could have created if there's more of us. And then we strengthen each other by being present. And so each one of us becomes more stronger because of the union. And then the union becomes stronger because each one of us is becoming stronger because of the union. And it's like a spiral that produces. And I think that's sort of what the round table is. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so too. There's a lot of power in that, with the allowal of others to have a voice and the encouragement of them to bring it to the table too. There's a lot of power to that, because a lot of times we see people that don't encourage that. They don't allow another voice to be heard, and if they do, they're going to try to argue with that voice, and it's a debate, and they're competing with each other. But it's nice to see when people can work together and understand that each other have differences, but come to a common understanding together and start to realize that seeing people's other beliefs that they see might differ from yours start to allow you to strengthen your own, or start to examine your own. So it can be a beautiful process when we see people coming to the table together here. It's great. And in life.
So to me, this is pure chaos in action.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Pure chaos.
That's where the
And
magic.
chaos. Sorry, yeah, brother, please say.
That's where the magic happens. You know,
Yeah,
it
man.
might be challenging, but you gain a lot.
Yeah, man. The magic is in the bosom of the feminine. And we've been taught to fear chaos because man's been taught to fear woman, to fear the power of the feminine. The feminine is powerful, man. It's broad, it's big, and you get lost in it. And in the process of getting lost in the feminine, we get like rediscovered. We rediscover ourselves. Our impossible future really is coming. It can't be stopped. It feels designed by them on purpose. Big Gaz, brother, I hear what you're saying, but I don't think it's necessarily impossible. I think that the principal spirit of chaos will get into the mix. That's the beauty of it. And that principal spirit of chaos will bring its own dynamic to the table. And I think that you cannot stand against the feminine. It's the substrate from whence everything else has come. So that chaos, when we like surrender to it, it's so empowering and overwhelming that it sort of washes away everything else in its way. It's sort of like a tsunami. I think a tsunami is a great metaphor for the action of chaos.
Yeah, I think water is very much like chaos too, even though it's very tranquil. Water can wear away its stone in the hardest surfaces that are rigid. And I feel like they try to set up the laws of society like stone, but they get worn down by the water of chaos and anarchy.
Neil says He sees the mind as the power tool and consciousness as the power source. I like that. The power source is like lightning. It strikes from two directions, matter and thought. I like that very much. Take away thought, take away mind, and pure consciousness awareness remains. I think that is like leading towards the chaos of the mother, the chaotic imprint or the principle behind, the fundamental place from whence matter is born. So what else is there for us to look at? I suppose the adaptation of the soul body is what we've sort of been looking at here. What about the adaptation of the soul body moving forward? Do you have any thoughts of that, Cosmic? Or anyone? Because if you guys don't, I'll ramble on. Okay, so here's my 2 cents worth. Adaptation of the soul body. I think, like we were talking about earlier, that gap getting further between the soul and the body, creating more of a greater polarity, a greater potential of force, will go so far that it produces a rupture. That rupture has been, I think, termed rapture. Though I don't believe in the rapture the way it's been sold and packaged, in its sort of commercial extent by commercial religion. And I like to point out commercial religion. Commercial religion is spirituality that you can buy, essentially. And the New Age also falls into that, I think. A lot of religion can be bought. I think we're living in a very challenging time where everything gets bought and sold. So on a fundamental level, this gap between that we have to mind the gap, like they do at the London Transport, getting wider and wider until there's a rupturing. And the rupturing will cause a rude awakening in some people. And there will be a division. And there will be two kinds of humans. So this is just my rambling on. And two kinds of humans will evolve, adapt from this process. One group of humans will try to go back to nature, back to panpsychism as an ideology and a philosophy, back to pagan roots, back to trying to engage with nature and become as tuned in and simplified back in the most natural way that they can, eating biodynamic food as much as possible, growing their own foods, producing simple, clean water, simple, charcoal, cleansing the water, and living a very simple life with the minimal amount of technology that is necessary to maintain a high quality of life. And then another group of people, because this rupturing will produce a separation, the other group of people will become obsessed with technology. And so these central places where these great cities are will become full of like people that look like they've escaped from a manga movie. That's my idea. Escapees from the manga movies. And they will become obsessed with technology in their bodies and cyborg, and the other group will be like trying to get so far away from them. They'll be like living in the jungles, like barefoot. Anyway, that's how I see this.
It's really fascinating, because I mentioned earlier in the article I wrote how there was a bifurcation in the movie and the book, The Time Machine, actually, where they divided into two different types of people. There were the Eloi, which was like the first type of people you mentioned, very biodynamic people, living the most natural way they could by the riverside with natural huts made of like bamboo and things. Very beautiful life. They were peaceful and harmonic. Then you have the technology horde that's gone underground, that's become cannibalistic. They actually live off of the Eloi. They become so imbalanced that they live off of preying off of the other types of humans in the book, in that story. So it's interesting how it all plays out, where we see that bifurcation and the different ways it could lead us towards. But we already see that happening now, where people are trying to choose a side between religion or spirituality and science or materialism oftentimes. And so even between those two sides, there's divisions between science, religion, and spirituality, between science that's aligned with biblical understanding and science that's not. There's all different types of things going on there. Also, we have types of science that's aligned with spirituality. So I think some of these integrative types of practices can really draw different compartmentalized schools together, where we can really see the power of the integration through being able to take those two schools of thought and synchronizing them together. We can really bring a lot of light to the table. And I think that's what they've kind of brought down from dividing and conquering all the different schools of thought. But when we can really see the common golden thread that brings them together, we can really see some magic come together in that, and then it brings the people together as well.
And what I like also is that I've learned a new word.
What's that?
Bifurcation. I like that.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, brother. And like totally, man. Totally. And at some point they will reconverge. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. Ultimately, they'll reconverge.
Because
have to.
those that fell into technology will realize that they need to go back to the roots. They will want to be integrated back into the other. And those others will then be like, well, we'll keep that technology. We'll throw that. We don't need this. We can use that for this, but we don't need that. We don't need this, you know? And so it will, like, technology will be purified. Does that make sense? Because technology doesn't need to be evil as a metaphor, right? It doesn't need to be bad. Like, we can use positive aspects of technology in a way that can be beneficial, but greed has got to be taken out of the picture.
Yeah, I think a lot of these stories are kind of a warning against bringing the technology away from spirituality and letting it develop in ways that are unguided by our spiritual development. So a lot of people have said that in our age we've developed fast technologically, but not spiritually to match that. So it's really unguided. And I think ultimately in the future we're gonna overcome that hurdle and be able to integrate our technology with nature and with our spirituality and our physical health. Right now it kind of goes against a lot of that stuff, and so we're seeing a lot of stories that are trying to warn us against the future we might be creating to guide us in a different direction.
Yeah, I think amen to that, brother. I think that is like really the hammer drop. You know, that's what it comes down to. We are more mentally developed than what we are emotionally developed. That's what I get from that, right? Like, our mental ability to create toys is highly functional, but our emotional ability to know how to utilize those toys for like the greater good, which is like an emotional thing, like to feel, or what will take us to a higher level, hasn't developed. And I think that this is interesting because this is part of our education dynamic, that the education system has become such a polarized system that is basically pushing us towards developing our ability to scrutinize, developing our ability to rationalize, developing our ability to analyze, but not to fully conceptualize, not to fully harmonize, not to fully integrate, because emotions are about integrating, about developing integrity, about developing the ability to harmonize and to be at harmony with your surroundings, and to be able to conceptualize rather than just rationalize. And so conceptualized thinking, I would say, is got to do with the emotional intelligence, where the rational intelligence, the rationalizing intelligence, is all about gathering facts. But the conceptual intelligence is about wisdom. It's about learning to apply all of those little rational pieces of information that we've gained in such a way that it becomes to conceive, so that you can give birth to something more, something new. And we've been so busy breaking things apart because there's this, the intellect basically divides things. It's the rational intellect. It divides things and it says A is not B, so it's different from B. Then it divides B from C, and C is different from B, and C is different from A. And so it divides all these things, and we call this the discriminative intelligence. And the discriminative intelligence is what's basically ruling this world, because technology is based upon discriminative intelligence, right? And so that's quite interesting, you know, that these two poles are developing side by side, but this is chaos at work, because we were taught that emotions are no good in school, were we not? And don't become an artist. You'll never make money as an artist, right? All those emotional pursuits we were like schooled against them, weren't we? We were told that you had to go and like do maths and science and, you know, accounting, and learn about computers and learn about all those rational things that will actually be able to make you money one day. And the people that have the highest emotional intelligence are like what? Teachers? Would you say?
Yeah. Experts in the field, teachers.
Teachers don't earn much money, do they?
No.
And so when you start looking at the emotional intelligence, people like nurses go to university, or they go and study for a long time to come out, and they don't earn nearly as much as an IT person earns. Right? It's not very praised, is it? You know? Counselors, they don't earn that much money either, you know, people that offer counseling. So all of the emotional intelligence fields are really low paying, and all of the rational intelligence fields are high paying money wise. And so, like, I think with money, they are basically controlling this dynamic, this moving towards one or the other. And the people of that aren't chasing after the money are the ones that end up realizing that this is a pointless dynamic, because they want to develop their emotional abilities and their EQ, their emotional intelligence, but there just isn't a place for emotional intelligence in this world that we're creating, or not a valuable place, shall we say. So it stands to reason that they go elsewhere.
Emotional and social intelligence is something that women have to a greater degree, and so it's been discriminated. Just the discussion of it even itself has been discriminated for so long, but it's starting to take ground in psychology now. It's gaining more understanding and awareness, but we're starting to realize that we have a lot to learn with that, especially. Women tend to have a much better knack for social and emotional intelligence than men, and so it's kind of been swept under the rug for that reason.
Maybe that gives us a new idea of Adam and Eve's story. Like, what's the true story that's been twisted and given to us in this idea, you know? Because that emotional intelligence was obviously really important. It's about being able to make good decisions. No?
Yeah, something I was asking in the situation of the Adam and Eve story was, why were they not forgiven? And when you look at the situation, there's a lot of pointing fingers, and instead of saying, yes, I made a mistake, will you forgive me? That Eve is pointing at the serpent saying, he made me do it. And Adam is pointing at Eve saying, she made me do it. And so in a lot of ways, their lack of accountability is what got them cast out of the Garden of Eden. But you have to wonder, was it something after you hear the real story that from the apocryphal works that Franklin was able to illuminate us with in previous episodes, that she was attacked by the gods and that Adam had to protect her, and that she had to cover up because she wasn't being modest enough in her dress or lack thereof, and so that's how they develop body shame. It's much more rational understanding of how things developed in that story, and you could see it where they would probably want to leave the Garden of Eden after that situation.
It really is the story of the condemnation of nature, if you think about it. It's interesting that like it starts in nature and ends in the kind of more mechanical thing. I guess when it comes to like the Adam and Eve story, I always think of it sort of almost more from the perspective of God as like a character, but okay, never mind. Not that. That's my thought. I'm not thinking about it. But it is kind of this idea that, you know, why is it that eating from the fruit of the tree of knowledge is bad? Because you think about God lives up in the sky and he's the creator. Nature is seen as this separate thing. And what the story is really telling you is that they got cast out of the Garden of Eden by gaining sort of like sentience and knowledge from a source outside of that biblical God, you know, it being connected to nature. And I think a lot of that's what a lot of like Judeo-Christianity is. It's kind of this sort of like a condemnation of the natural world, or seeing as less than or fallen. And I think that in a lot of ways that why is there a shaming of the, you know, Adam and Eve's sort of, you know, naked bodies or whatever? Because it's like basically saying like, ew, I'm attached to this ugly thing called matter, and I'm the spiritual being, and I want to cover up this gross, you know, meat bodysuit that I give it, because this meat is not me. It's this separate thing that's an embarrassment, and it's this thing that symbolizes my separation from God. And in a weird way, I guess putting on like clothes is like recovering that up. But I also think of it, could go back to something I was going at before, when I think about the, you know, the Bible and the kind of this contradiction between sort of man's free will and God's omniscience. I can't help but look at the story as basically, you know, God denying that, you know, he is the cause of the problem and the root of suffering, and blames man for it and refuses to acknowledge any responsibility whatsoever. Because I think about like this idea that, okay, God's the creator of the universe. He's the creator of all space, all time, all the rules, all the events, and he carefully calculates all the things that are going to happen to history, and everything is according to God's plan. But none of the bad things that happen are in any way his fault. And that just puzzles my mind, you know. And so I think of like, and that's what I think what's interesting with like Christianity and its kind of evolution. I think of God as being like not understanding humanity and being like, you know, why are they doing all this stuff? Why are they so sinful? Why are they so disobedient? And in a way, by God kind of like coming through Christ and living as a human being, I always interpret that as, you know, he comes down, he actually gets to, you know, feel what it's like to be human what it's like to be an experience, to experience pain and suffering. And then God's like being Jesus, like he's like, holy crap, man, the humans, they have it really hard down here. I had no idea, because the way I look at it, God is just that pure. If the biblical God, he is kind of like the archetypical representation of that pure masculine awareness, devoid of that sort of that feminine mattering sort of being whatsoever. And only through coming into this world and becoming Jesus Christ that he actually was able to really understand sort of what it truly is to be being. Because in a way, God is all knowing, but does he know what it's like to not be all knowing? And maybe that's kind of like what's sort of like going on there. And I think that, but it's interesting, like this whole conversation about like panpsychism and I think and a lot of and the divide between spirit and matter. And I think what you see that is that Adam and Eve story pretty much perfectly encapsulates the whole everything we've been talking about in terms of that particular divide.
Yeah, it is somewhat of a confusing story, but if you consider the fact that a lot of the stories have come from Abraham, who actually came from Ur and was from the Chaldee, from the old Babylonian lands, then we understand that the talk of the God in the Bible, as we see, was translated by Isaiah in around 600 BC to only say Yahweh. But before that, there was many different names of God, or if you could consider possibly different gods. And in Hebrew religion, Judaism has now been considered a henotheistic religion, in the sense that there was a pantheon of gods that have been acknowledged as the Elohim is considered a plural, being the gods. And also, it's a masculine word with a female suffix, I believe. But we see that amongst the gods, there was the fallen angels that band with humans as their slaves and became their legions of warriors when they fought against the gods. And so in the older stories of the Babylonian stories, when Tiamat was defeated and Marduk took over and the gods retreated to the sanctuary of the gods and exiled Marduk and the humans from there, we could see why the humans were cast out and why we were not forgiven and had their put under their wing once again. So if you look at that consideration, and there's people that have looked at the story of Genesis and see a lot of parallels between the 7 tablets of the Enuma Elish, the creation story, and the 7 days of creation in Genesis, where they're articulating that this Hebrew translation is a beautiful translation in Hebrew. When we translate to English, we lose a lot from the original story of the 7 tablets of Enuma Elish, where there was, I believe there was 6 days of creation and a tablet of review of the creation for the 7th tablet. So there's a lot there. And if we look at that story of the Enuma Elish, they're talking about the gods and the stories of the gods, but it also aligns with astronomical events in our solar system that seem to have brought a lot of light to how things have formed into the way they do. Mainly mentioning the dark star, binary star to the sun, and also the planet that used to exist where the asteroid belt now exists today. They equivocate that planet with Tiamat, the goddess matriarch that was the mother of all the gods, who was killed and destroyed by her grandson Marduk.
I think there's so much there to unpack. And you know, it's really poignant what you're pointing out, in that basically there is this reality that we think of the Jewish version as being like related to the Jews, right? And we don't realize that these people inherited what they got from other people, that inherited what they got from other people, that inherited what. Everything is like that. Everything we get, we inherited, right? Our genes, our ideas, our bodies, our health. A lot of it we get from our parents. If our parents and their parents and their parents and their parents looked after themselves, we'll get a good body, right? If they didn't, and they deteriorated their genes, we get those deteriorated genes. So, like, right down to our bodies and the information we've got, everything comes from a more ancient source. I think that's like really important to recognize. Like you say, you know, the Enuma Elish is basically the book of creation that we know. And the Sumerian cuneiform texts also have the story of the flood, the Garden of Eden. The first time Eden is mentioned is in the Sumerian texts. And Adamus was the first man created. Only the woman wasn't called Eve. The woman was called Tiamat in that story, which is an older story. And in that story, it is Enlil, that walks into the garden and discovers them not the way they were, wearing clothes. And Enlil says to them, what happened? And they explain to Enlil that Enki offered Tiamat something that would improve her. And Tiamat suggested to Adam that we should take this offer. And so they took it. And then when Enlil goes to Enki, he has an argument with him. He says, what did you do? But earlier on in those tablets, it's explaining that Enki felt bad for these people being created. And because we are putting our godly DNA into them, our like sophisticated DNA, why not give them the access to the super high consciousness, intelligence? So he stuck it in there as like a needle in a haystack, so that at least they had the chance to discover super consciousness, because he put it in there. And Enlil was like, what do you think you're doing? They're supposed to be workers. They're supposed to be mining our gold. They're not supposed to be thinking lofty, high philosophical thoughts and like attaining to our heights of intellect and rational and emotional realization. So that story about the forbidden fruits of the tree of good and evil was basically the ability to think philosophically, the ability to consider and to conception of your own thinking. So it was like original thought. And Enki and Enlil had a huge argument about this afterwards. Enlil was enraged because Enlil was in charge of the planet, and Enki was in charge of the gold mining. But Enki, being a supremely intellectually gifted being, he was also on the council for developing the DNA that became who is called Lulu in those stories. And the Lulu is man. And it says that Lulu was red. The original man was red, like the American Indians, or like many of the people in India. And so food for thought, you know. Much of what we're given in the Bible as being God's word, well, that's God's word came from a different language, from a different epoch. And that God's word came from a different language in a different epoch. So, you know, you've just got to really look at this. And by the way, the reason it's called God's word, for those of you that don't know, is because these tablets that we're referencing are the tablets being dictated by Enki. So Enki dictates these tablets to the scribe. What was the scribe's name?
Ishmood.
No, not Enkishidu. Is it Enkishidu something? Anyway, there was a scribe that he dictated to. It's mentioned in the tablets. I forget. It's a long story. We did a full deep dive into the Sumerian story, by the way. For those of you that are interested, go into the podcasts, roundtable podcasts, and scroll down until you see a picture of the Sumerian tree of life in gold.
And
And we really... Sorry?
Endumsar.
Yes. Indupsar. Well done.
Yeah.
So yeah, but Indupsar was writing the words that Enki had dictated to him. So those were God's words, the words of a demigod. But it's been twisted and perverted because in the ancient times, these beings were worshipped. So they were considered as gods because they had godly powers and godly intelligence, and they were like bigger and they had the statue of a godliness. So they were worshipped. And the worship gene, by the way, had been put into humanity specifically. Enlil had ordered that the worship gene be put into humanity. And that was why Enki had put in the other gene. He was like, well, if I'm going to be forced to put the worship gene into these beings, I'm going to put the possibility for self-realization in there too. Otherwise, it's unfair. So Enki was the one that also saved gave the instructions for how to build the ark during the Great Flood. Yeah. So, when you look at it, Enki and Enlil. Oh, and Enki's original name before he came to Earth is Ea. So that's why the Jews speak about Ea. Ea. Ea is the first godly name that we had. And then it became Eaol. And then it became Yahweh. So these are all permutations of Enki's name before he came to Earth. Ea. And the reason his name was turned from Ea to Enki and back to Ea again is all explained in his tablets. Because his father had come to Earth and had said, no, Enki, you were the supreme ruler of Earth, so you got the title of Ki. Ki is the name of Earth, put onto the end of your name. The ruler of Earth. Ea Enki. Then, Enlil became the supreme leader. So Ki was taken from his name. And he was then again known as Ea. Really important to know these details. But they're all covered in these ancient records. The names literally change back again. So the Akkadian story of Ea is the story of Enki. Because they were reading those scripts and they understood the language better than what the those that came after understood it. So they translated all of those scripts from Sumerian cuneiform into Akkadian cuneiform. However, the narrative had changed because of the Great War. So that had changed everything. And that being who then was known as Baal or went by many names, had basically usurped all of the godly qualities and had been then later time known as Ra. And so that's Marduk. And then Marduk usurped the creation of the universe story because Marduk basically wanted to wipe out all memory of the other gods and become the one God. And so that's where monotheism was born. So when we look at the roots of religion, it starts to paint a very different picture. Not to say that there's not value in religion, because I think that what matters about religion is that it's an ethical education system. What do you think about that?
I think that Marduk identified as Amun-Ra, which I distinguish from Ra, but...
Okay, yeah, you're right, Amun-Ra.
Trying to figure, was he a sun god? Because, I don't know, it sounds like Amun sounds like moon, god of air, the king of God in Thebes, king of the gods. So Amun is the god of air, Ra being the sun god. Now, I think that ties in a lot with probably Marduk, which followed in footsteps of Enlil, who was the god of the land and sky, or air. So, I found that interesting. But no, what was your question? Sorry, guys.
The idea that that all the religious ideologies that we've got based on our Western religions come from these ancient tablets, it seems. And that when you look at that, it tells a very different story.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
It
A lot of
does.
these myths kind of go beyond, the Judeo-Christian. They have a much deeper history in Mesopotamia.
Yeah, there's been a lot of work done to draw some parallels there, especially between the Genesis story and the Numa Elish. Also, we have the Atrahasis and the flood story as well. So it may
Sorry,
be
which story?
Atrahasis, the Mesopotamian tablet, talks about the Great Flood with
Oh, flood. I thought you said the blood story. Okay, yeah. Now I'm with you.
Utnapishtim or Ziasudra, and some think that they actually may have been different floods. There's some work called the Adam and Eve story that the CIA document's been released. It's been mostly covered up still. A lot of the pages are missing, but they talk about at least 3 different great deluges, and one was in the time of Shiva, and then Adam and Eve, and then Noah. So, it very well may have been the case that that was a reoccurring event, and we had Enki warning Ziasudra, and then maybe Yahweh warning Noah. Yahweh may being possibly Marduk or Enlil, maybe Marduk. So there may have been similar situations going on there where they saved the people a couple times.
It stands to reason that if the original story is true, that when Nibiru crashed into the hammered bracelet, which was a tight conglomeration of water and asteroids, it smashed everything apart, and all the water, chunks of ice, got knocked to be flying around in the solar system. At some point, those flying chunks of ice are going to land on Earth.
Yeah.
And Tiamat was a huge planet. So there's huge oceans flying around that are going to land on Earth. And they would burn up into the atmosphere, right? All that heat. And just become a mist cloud that you wouldn't be able to see the sky, and it would just rain and rain and rain and rain and rain like crazy. So it stands to reason that if the original story was true, there must have been consequential floods, maybe not as big as the first one, right?
Yeah.
And there probably will be more.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they say in that book actually that the most recent flood was not the Great Deluge. There was another one that happened about 6,000 years ago. They think that the Black Sea was created to be much bigger than it is, and that there was a people who lived on its shores before that flood that you can now find the ruins of, that were killed off pretty quick. A great global flood.
That makes sense, like 4,000 BC, yeah, and that might be the one that we're talking about, the sinking of Atlantis.
Yeah, there's also the one of Atlantis. They're trying to connect that one with storage Plato that he heard from Solon, and there was another person in that link too. I can't think of his name. Plutarch, and another one starts with S. But their story goes back to 9,600 BC, And we see that, which was 11,600 years ago, there was a comet impact in Greenland around that exact same time. So we think that might have been that flood that sank Atlantis around that time, but we don't really know. So it's good to keep open mind about these things too.
Yeah, it makes I completely believe this, that over the last like 100,000 years, 50,000 years, there's been lots of floods, and each
Yes.
flood has sort of and what about the mud flood?
Right? That's definitely something going on.
That's recent.
Could that be
Why have they hidden that from us?
recent than 6,000 years ago?
That's like the
Oh,
mud flood we're talking about is what? That's in the last few centuries.
yeah.
And it's mentioned that there were these stars that were seen as harbingers. And it's mentioned in the 1700s that they saw this comet coming past. And then after this comet came past, there was all sorts of nonsense falling out of the sky. So they had this crazy mud flood. So like when you look at that, that's like interesting. You know, it wasn't a total crazy flood, but it was enough of a mud flood. There was enough rain to basically cause the face of the earth to become like sticky, wet mud that just filled in the ground floors of all the buildings. We've got the evidence of it here in Cape Town. The evidence of it is where you live. People never built windows underground, right? They didn't
Yeah.
build a whole floor of underground and
Mhm.
build windows with the underground floor unless like
Doorways.
the ground level raised up by like 8 feet, 10 feet, whatever, you know?
Yeah, doorways that go into dirt, rocks.
Like who does that?
Yeah. Doesn't add up.
And we've got the evidence in India. They come out with these elaborate stories about the Indian people building temples underground. It'd be silly, man. They built temples underground with doors and all of that nonsense. Same idea.
I'm just glad they're not finding people in there in the mud with all those buried layers of foundation.
I think they did
Did they find
because
people?
they were excavated.
Yeah.
There's photographs and there's a lot of references of the excavations in newspaper articles and in history in the last few centuries. So they must have been excavating this. And there were a lot of giant bodies uncovered during these excavations.
Oh, whoa. I believe that.
And
This
so
is-
we've still got these giant buildings here today.
Yeah. Some of the largest
So-
giants found under a bridge excavation.
Yeah, man. So there's a lot more than what we know.
I don't know if do you guys follow Graham Hancock's work at all? Because I know he talks about the comet and the ancient civilizations. Anyway, the reason I bring him up is because I think that, you know, when you talk about the whole idea of like these buildings that, you know, these mainstream archaeologists said that they were windows built underground. And one of the things I think is interesting, like, you know, I listen to Graham Hancock, is that all the pushback he gets from mainstream archaeology from pushing a lot of these ideas, like, for example, like the Sphinx, that he believes is a lot older than most archaeologists would say, based on how the water erodes the Sphinx, that the erosion and the minerals of the Sphinx suggest that it lives for longer than it was suggested. But I think the thing is, when it comes to history, I think a lot of, you know, countries and cultures, they get very attached to their historical narratives. So whenever that historical narrative gets challenged, there's always a kind of a pushback from that. And I think when it comes to just like any belief system, there's always a history that's attached to it. There's always an origin story. There's always a history. Like I think about, like, you know, like with even Christianity, they want to like the young earth creationist types who think that the earth is literally only 6,000 years old. And what that's basically suggesting is they don't want you to think that there is a history before that, because if you could think of that, your belief system is basically at the nexus or the epicenter of all creation itself. It's, you know, in a lot of ways that gives it a sense of like authority and realness, and that understanding the history of like things like knowing that the Adam and Eve story has history back in older religions, like, you know, the Babylonian myths and Gilgamesh and stuff like that. It's kind of like a threat. So they try to, like, you know, that's why they have to demonize that they recontextualize all those spirits as demons because they don't want people to think, well, wait a minute, there's all these other religions, you know, before. No, they're all just demons. Don't worry about that. Like thinking about how, you know, Baal basically became like one of the demons in 72. As for Astarte becoming Astaroth is another example of that. So I think when it comes to history and our historical narratives about things, and when you see, and that's why you get those silly, stupid explanations, because it's like they're backed into a corner with and they're trying to come up with things, just like when you challenge any belief system or any religion, you point out something that's illogical or contradictory, and they'll come up with some kind of hand-waving excuse to kind of like, you know, dismiss it. You know, like the term thought what's it called? It's like a thought eliminating cliche, where it's just like there's a certain like idea or phrase that just kind of gets you to stop thinking about the subject. Like if you think of, like, for example, you think like, you know, hey, you know, there's, you know, this in the Bible, there's this inconsistency. This totally doesn't make sense. Oh, God works in mysterious ways. And that kind of that statement, God works in mysterious ways, is kind of a way to hand wave contradictions or inconsistencies that, you know, are a threat to the belief system. So when you mention stuff like, you know, the doors lead, that they're saying that these things are built underground and not something that was, you know, higher up and possibly covered by some other calamity or whatever. That's them basically just scrambling and struggling to like maintain their current historical narrative by trying to slap something on top of it at the last minute. So I think understanding that's why you get, because I think when you get usually like really silly, stupid explanations like that, it's like there's usually something is trying to be hidden. Something is trying to be covered up. And yeah.
I think that's so true. And I would add to that by saying that I think that's why the PhD doctorate system, the peer review system, was designed. Because all of those archaeologists and historians have staked their reputation upon what they've said and written. And so with one fell swoop, someone like Graham Hancock comes along and says, by the way, that's not true. Then they have to go, yeah, you're right. Everything that we dedicated our whole life to, everything that we studied in university was all a waste of time. It was all nonsense. Everything we ever wrote was wrong and deluded. And so the ego pride comes in. No, you know, I can't be wrong about everything. I can't be wrong about this. This doesn't work out because I've staked my reputation upon what I've said.
Exactly.
So anyway, I think we've sort of come to a full circle, round table, full circle. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Not too bad. Not too shabby. Trying to keep it to the 4-hour notion. LinkedIn only allows a 4-hour broadcast, by the way. Someone's got to write to LinkedIn and say, listen, guys, 4 hours. Come on, man. Seriously. Only 4 hours? Come on. You guys are lightweight. Anyway, I'm sending so much love and blessings to everybody in the chat. And I hope you guys got what you came for. Thank you for all of your lovely, wonderful comments in the chat that sort of fueled us. Bernadine and Vincent and Big Gaz and everybody else that's here. There's been a whole lot of you. I don't know who's still with us. Seems like there's still a number of people. Sending you all so much love, blessings, peace, honor, and respect. Are there any closing lines you guys would love to add to the conversation?
Yeah, I wanted to mention that earlier you talked about how they try to put a price on everything now, but another good vocabulary word I've learned along the way is incommensurability. They try to make things commensurability and give them a price, but things are incommensurable. They really can't have a price put on them. They're priceless. And so if we can understand that value in things and start to see things with respect in the world, instead of just some kind of a playground to make profit off of, we'll be in a different world with a whole new light.
Like, for example, like there's no amount of money anyone could ever offer me for one of my dogs.
Exactly.
Too valuable, like
Indeed.
beyond money, you know.
Yes.
And if you met my dogs, you'd understand. Like people would want to. I'm so lucky. I've got the loveliest dogs in the whole world. Speaking of which, I gotta let them out and let them run around in the garden before the night is over.
I like that.
Cosmic, are there any last words, dear brother?
No, not really. Just good talk today.
How's your cat, by the way?
I don't have a cat.
I thought there was a cat that came to visit you.
Well, that's my sister's cat that doesn't live with me.
Okay.
My sister has cats, but I don't currently own any cats myself.
Yeah, but you can't own a. Well, I know what you mean. Like,
Yeah, I know what it.
Your buddy.
Yeah. That's fine.
Cool, man. Well, much love to you guys. Thank you for being on the show. It's been an honor. It's been great as always. Eye-opening. Lots of thoughts. Lots of things to consider. Thank you all in the chat. You guys have been awesome, and it's been a pleasure. Sending you all big love, peace, blessings, honor, and respect. Om Shanti.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm.